Mic check, checking mics. Did I not bring those things over here? Oh gosh. Alright, there's only one more thing I want to try to find, but I already set up the thing. One more second. Here, I'll turn the camera on. Hi! One sec, I gotta try to grab a cage that I think is in my bitten collection. We'll just have to attack it from a different angle. Oh no. Let's wait, unplug something. I had a cage that contained XP 180s. And I would now like to take those XP 180s and put them in a different cage. I just gotta find said cage. And, it might be a harder prospect than I initially thought. Where you be, cage? Where you be? God, I have a lot of flywheels. Oh! Maybe it's... Sorry, this might be a little bit loud. Maybe it's down here? Oh. If I was a cage with XP 180s, where would I be? So what I have here is a Typhoon cage with XP 180s in it. And that seems like something that this Stryfe could use. Because I want to use these parts. I got the autofocus turned off, so... Oh, that is... Oh, there we go. So, this is a containment crew. I don't know what the name of the cage is. I just bought it. But it has the End War. It's number 19, as you can see. And it's got the wheels and everything. I've got the matching battery door and mag release. We're going to build a blaster for charity. And I think it needs XP 180s because for this cage, I really do want to have both a motor and a flywheel window on our Stryfe. And if I'm going to have the motor window, I might as well have XP 180s in it. Now, is this meant for, like, super high velocity? No, it's not. It is mostly meant for... I want to guess HVZ. I'm hoping I don't get it above 130. But we'll find out. How's everybody doing tonight? Where's Pixel Rat? That's a great question, Juan. Where is Pixel Rat? Image. Add source. Image. Rat. We make our rat grow. And we put it right there where it belongs. There we go. That's good to hear, Mac. It's going to be a piece of hobby history. You don't know how well true that is yet, because I'm trying to put everything I can into this. I want it to be HVZ legal, but the Stryfe that we're going to use, as I break crap, I'll break your face. is this one. We're going to use the one that Hawkeye and I, mostly Hawkeye, and of course, Mr. Sonic, cut in half. Now, this is going to require a lot of effort to try to get this clean, but that's where we're going to start. And it's just going to be a chill day of working. See if I can change that so it's a little less yellow. That's why it's important to know how to kind of use your camera, folks. Oh, and that's just basically what I want to do. I honestly wasn't going to stream. I'd rather do other things right now, but if I'm going to stream, I might as well get something out of it. So I'm going to work on this project. I'm doing okay, Captain Slug. Shotgun, doing okay. I always want to say Captain Slug. Got some snacks ready for some mod action. Well, it's going to be very boring, I'm sure, Brad the Nerd. Congratulations, Valtech. Are you using Hawkeye's resin parts? Not right now. I'm just going to do bodywork and stuff. I do have this kit that I've had that Homely sent me from Re-Armory. And I could use most of it, but I think the this rail is gonna need some work. Or maybe the back rail. Maybe, oh, back rail probably. Because I could just cut a little bit off of that. Or I can cut a little bit off the back of that. It looks like we need to move about a segment or so. Let's switch to the mod camera. Should have a hotkey for that. Where the hell's my cursor? There it is. That all the way back there. So we'd have to cut some off. And it'd have to be pretty much perfect, unfortunately. And then we've got this nice grip filler. Oh. Oh, that would require some effort, too. Well, maybe not. Let's see what's going on here. I'd have to cut some off this. Like, it's just blocked right there. And I could just shave that down. And I think that would be fine. Make it truly custom. That Nerf guy super chatted $2. Will you ever make Beyblade videos? I want to. What I don't want to do is put a bunch of effort into stuff when I'm not already putting effort into this channel. And then it completely fall flat in my face. That's the only reason why I haven't done it. I have all these sealed. I've only opened the starter set. But I don't know. Brain weasels makes it really hard. Well, it's a modulus Stryfe. I modded one over a month ago. I think they're more common nowadays. Blue ones, I think, are the rarest. Dark blue ones are the absolute rarest, I believe, as are the camo ones. But these ones you can still buy, and I have more of these than anything else, I think. I have 40, 50 Stryfes, probably. I have a whole box of them right now. That kit looks good. Where is it available? Re-Armory. R-E-Armory. It's still available. He sent this to me like 5, 6 years ago. A long time ago. And yeah, I do kind of want to use this one. And my goal is to kind of clean all of this up. Sand it down. Get rid of the NERF logo. We're also going to cut, I don't know if I'm going to do it today, but we're going to cut these out and put windows on it. I'll probably etch those with the laser and just try to make this the best Stryfe I possibly can. So, audio is funky? How so? How's the audio funky? For a random little kid, it's perfect. Sounds okay. Welcome to the frustrations with streaming. One person says it don't work. Everybody else is like, it's fine. Now, to be fair, I am using a shotgun mic that is like 12 feet from me. But how was it bad before? I don't think there's any other screws in this. Can we... Screw. There are no screws in this. Is this thing actually glued together right now? Yes, yes it was. Ugh. Oh, gosh. Removing all this extra putty is gonna be fun. But we're halfway there. The hard part, which would have been fitting in his kit, which of course he's the master at, would have been, well, fitting in the kit. At this point, it's just a matter of... That is almost there. Cutting this off so it will fit... Oh, my Dremel doesn't really have battery. And I don't have a charger for it anymore. I've been looking, and I think a new charger was like $60, $70 or some ridiculous thing like that. Let me look it up. What Dremel is it? Where is it even is the Dremel? I do have this. I never got it hooked up. I was going to ask Zach to help with that. I need to hang it from the ceiling, and I have a foot pedal for it. Maybe I don't have to hang it from the ceiling? You think this will be fine laying on the table? It's got a chuck and everything on it. Not that I exactly know how to use said chuck. Maybe I should use this. I have never used it. This is the cheapest foot pedal ever, and all it is basically an on-off switch. I bought this before I even moved. I only found it recently and was like, oh, I still have this thing I've never actually opened up. What motors are you using for the flywheel cage? I believe we're going to use XP180s because they're iconic. I don't exactly know how this chuck works. Please don't turn on when I plug you in. Okay. Let's see what happens here. Just need an extension cable for that. Hey! Well, that is... That might be a bit loud. It's a Dremel that has some balls by the looks of it. It only has the one speed. It is not analog. I was kind of hoping it would be able of swifting changing speeds. Oh, that's not going to work well. So, I think it's the best we got. The question is, how do I... Usually you have to, like, lock a chuck. Is that what this button? No, that's not even a button. Huh. Brad the Nerd is secretly Brad from American Foam. I kind of wondered. I can't see the icon that well from back here, but I kind of wondered. I'm putting an SMG kit on a Nightingale full auto soon, and I want to know if there's an easy things to increase FPS and accuracy. On a Nightingale? Not exactly. What you get is what you get, pretty much. Those mini flywheels can only do so much. XP180s, that's definitely a throwback. Yep, and we do have them in this cage. This is also a pretty iconic cage. There's not too many Typhoon cages out there. Just bought the X-Shot HG700. It's awesome, currently destroying all the neighborhood kids. I mean... Gel balls do that. Most of my non-3D printed balls are held together with hopes and dreams, and somehow they don't often break. You never see those two Brads in the same room at the same time, so... Huh. Haven't banned anyone in a while. We try not to be honest. So for real, I know I'm stupid. I don't power tool much, but I'm not understanding how this works. I don't have a chuck key on me. Do I have to have one? Is that the only way this will work? I know that's the thing, you like put it in there and you twist it and it would mesh up with that gear. Oh man, I don't have one. And it didn't come with one. Which might be the most frustrating thing ever. Yeah. Just the focus. I don't know if I can actually do anything with this. Because I have to be able to open that. Huh. Am I just SOL? I don't have one. Do I have a plug-in drill? I have a non-plug-in drill. Why wouldn't it have come with the tool? Oh, man. There's probably one somewhere. I just don't really have the time to go searching for one. I might have to just use a X-Acto blade, because I honestly don't know how else to do this. Let's remove this. Had a chuck key on the cord. Yeah, no, I don't have... All my stuff's like Ryobi garbage. Wow, I'm gonna just remove that entirely right now. I don't need it. Well, start doing things with stuff. Stuff and things. Kind of feel like I need iPro. Oh my gosh. I know where a pair is on the floor. I'll be right back. Have a drill press? I don't. My drill press is a... what do you call it? One of the, Again, I'm sure there is one. There's a whole garage downstairs, but it's not mine. And I'll just go to Home Depot and buy one. Well, first I'm gonna try to... Can't get a slightly better camera angle. So I'm gonna be doing some extreme work. I'm gonna try to remove this excess glue. It seems abnormally dull. I did. Well, this is definitely the old one. Oh, you grab it for me? Why is that so stuck, dude? is this a thing? Is every tool just going to fight against me today? The nano mag chassis for the big shot, Kenneth? I have not. What the heck? I've done literally nothing, and this is already a problem. Use the homely. Not cut myself, hopefully. Are you joking? I literally can't get the blade out. It refuses. Ah, I'm dumb. That's why. That's weird, because I've used this thing so many times. Ah. My mind is shot, apparently, because I've used those so many times. I must be thinking of the one I had to use when I couldn't find that. Because I don't remember having to bend down like or pull it down at all. That's wacky. I found an old toolbox that had a bunch of blades in it. Well, that's definitely supposed to... It's to the other side. Oh, that's for different blades. Huh. Freaking music is... There we go. Why we gotta start with things being so difficult? How do you cut now? Far better. Alright. That'll do. Remove the homely. To cut this down, because I don't think that's going to come off very well otherwise. Those are two different elevations. I'm going to sand that smooth, but I have to get rid of the excess glue. Just gouge the Stryfe. Great start. Kind of hard to get you guys an angle you can actually see right here. Have you seen the Dan pistol? I don't know if I have. Obviously, Jeremiah, you still have the Nerf Rifle Charger in your name. Well, that is not locked down very good, because that blade is now wiggling, even though this thing is compressed as much as possible. So I'm trying to get this just down, and then I'm going to cut out that pink nub. So this will hopefully slide all the way down, which seems easier than editing that. Got plenty of blades. This is very delicate work as opposed to just taking a thing and buzzsawing it. Remember, kids, always cut away from yourselves. I don't know if having the shell together is actually going to help me, though. I don't know, Captain. I'm not a part of that. I just was asked by somebody if I wanted to do something, and I promised years ago I would, so I felt like it was a good idea. So if this is a part of something bigger, I have no idea. I am just building a thing, and then I'm done. Now, when I'm done doing the body work, it's going to go off to Hawkeye, and Hawkeye is going to paint it. So, it is a joint venture between the both of us. But I said years ago I wanted to do this. And I might as well do it, because I said I was going to do it. Cut towards your buddy, not your body. I'm trying to angle it. I'm doing my best. I'm like a fifth of the way through. This is going to be very difficult and obnoxious. Could just try to snip it now. Where exactly are my snips, though? Oh, I can't believe this didn't come with a key. That's insanity to me. I feel like I have one somewhere, too. I don't know what happened to it. Well, it did the job I wanted it to. I feel like there's better ways. That's gonna take forever. trying to see if I can't start weakening it and then clip it. Kind of like you would with glass. I feel like that's my best bet, is break those layer lines a bit and then just see if I can't chip away at it. And that is seemingly to work. I think that did it. Oh, that's not the cleanest. It's clean enough. Unfortunately, I have to cut off a lot more. Looks like... Well, yeah, I gotta get rid of a pretty decent chunk of this. Looks like up to this line right there has to go. That's the power of a bamboo printer, my friend. Why? This thing is so tight that... I feel like this is not right. I feel like this is supposed to come out, and it's just not for some reason. But I'm guessing I'm wrong. Nope, that is one solid piece. And I might have just ruined it forever. Oh god. Where did that spring go? Why was there a spring in it? What does the spring accomplish? Probably still have a bit of this blade left. Just like it should. Oh. It should go down in there. This should thread in here, and that should squish it down and lock the blade in place. I've had this for years. How am I misremembering how this thing works? Okay, yeah, it's pretty locked in there. I know it's hard to see. I need like a above camera or something. But I'm just trying to cut so I can start removing this piece. And it should kind of act like what I just did, where I did some pre-cuts. I'd rather leave a little bit more on there. A lot of this will be covered. that's why you don't cut towards yourself, and make sure nothing's in the way of the knife. Let's see if we can't start chipping away here. Yep, it's exactly what I wanted to have happen. It doesn't have to be perfect because I'm going to sand it and putty it and everything. But it's got to be most of the way there. All right. And it took off too much. I'm upset about that fact. I took off way too much. I could just add some putty in there, I guess. And line that back up. That sucks, though. That's what I wanted to avoid. Oh my god, Biggs is still alive! I am so glad to see you, my friend. That's too much. Oh, I'm already butchering it. Trying to think of how to save that. Frick. So we know not to cut that deep on this one. We want about this much left over. It's just a minor amount of material. I might be able to salvage it. Please help. I'm adding a longer barrel to a gun blaster to add a muzzle device, but when the barrel meets the device, there's a lip the darts could get stuck on. Because it's slightly smaller inside barrel. What blaster are you doing this to, Bobix? I mean, it would require a ton of work to reprint that and put it in. This is already cut, fitted, glued. Like, it would take a lot of effort. There we go. Still gauging the Stryfe. It's okay. It'll all be sanded anyway. We told you the chamfer, my dude. I'm trying to do like 4 things at once right here. It's whatever. It's not the end of the world. It's just a tiny gap, and I could literally wedge something in there, glue it, or I could just use putty, and I'll probably just use putty and sand it. It's just the ever tiniest of gaps. It should be fixable. Don't really do a good job of not cutting towards myself with this one. This blade's already kind of dull. Is there a betting pool on how long it takes before I cut myself? What blaster are you working on, Bobix? I already asked that. Only cutting toward myself because there's a lip there. Okay. It's okay if there's a bit of separation. Squeeze that down. Give myself plenty of room. Okay, that you want the biggest barrel you can, and if you're adding something to the front of it and the thing on the front of it has a lip the darts can get caught on, you're gonna have to edit the thing that's in the front of it. Flywheelers aren't really meant to have barrels, so like they need a little bit of a barrel. That's why the Nerf ones are so huge. But if you're using like a Scar or something, where this is meant for a 16 millimeter outer diameter, you're gonna have problems. What you're trying to do is akin to what I'm trying to do. So if you're not experienced, you're going to run into issues and possible heartbreak. I don't know what kind of tracer unit you're trying to use, but Solanus is on the right track. It's going to be incredibly difficult to do that. If the tracer unit is meant for Springer, there's no shot. This works really good on things that don't have layer lines. Because there's a long time where I didn't even need a Dremel. But 3D printed stuff is a bit concerning. I don't think the bamboos came with snips. They came with really good Allen keys that I liked a lot. But I don't think they come with snips. Yeah, like, God, these are nice. I really like, I want a whole set of these. Let's see where we're at. Pretty sure I have to remove more, but let's see. Nope, even then, I actually removed too much once again. It's okay. We can fill that in. God, that looks good, though. I like that. I like that a lot. Come on, mouse. That's pretty banging. We can fill in the problem areas with putty, sand it to match. That's the first hard part done. We're kind of getting close there on that one. So, I assume I'm gonna have to cut off a decent chunk of that. If I'm lucky, no, that's, oh, maybe. Ooh, okay. There might be a shot. Check this out. This is a hard thing to gauge, right? As he breaks all the 3D printed pieces. Come here, you. Alright. So, this piece obviously goes back there. This piece is pinned at the front. And you'd think it'd be all the way forward like that, right? But no, it would be kind of in the middle. You want to match up these two pieces, these flat spots. And if I do that, you can kind of see that this will match up with that. So if I just cut off in front of that post, we should be pretty perfect. Although nothing else has worked today. So I somewhat don't believe this will work. But that was really close. That might work. That might do it. So let me triple check that. I believe we cut off 3 knobs. I have to. Yeah, that's so close. If I twist it here, it's like, yeah, I'd have to just cut right in front of that and hope that those match up pretty perfectly. They have to be the right spacing anyway for the actual Picatinny. Does anything I say, can you guys see what I'm talking about? It looks like I just need to remove everything in front of that. Because that gap will be right there. I think that'll work. It might have to move. It has a little bit of wiggle room, so we should be fine. So once again, it is everything in front of this post right there. So these 3 knobs have to go back. Now, what's the most optimal way of doing that? Different question is, I have a 3D printer pick rail, a 3D printed pick rail, and it attaches to another 3D printed part, but the rail has screw holes, but the other piece doesn't. What do I do? Panda says, this really isn't a great spot for modding advice. It really isn't. I would post in the Discord. We'll cut a bit in front of it, I hope, but... bandsaw, maybe? We thinking bandsaw for this? The bandsaw that's currently on the floor that I wasn't planning on using for a while? I mean, it's honestly... if I cut all the way up here and just kind of trim it down, I should be fine. It's on, the layer lines go that way, so I just need it to snap off in that direction. So let's see what happens. Yeah, that's almost exactly what I needed to. Oh, but it breaks. It must be at a PETG. No! Are you PETG? PETG? Ah, it broke off the layer lines. Which is a telltale sign it's not PLA, it's PETG. See if I can clean that up. Yeah, it feels like PETG. The bandsaw is currently on the floor. So that's one knob gone. I gotta remove these two. Ooh, that worked perfect. Alright. It's not as bad as I thought it was. This is the Re-Armory kit, R3D. That Homely sent me yonks ago. I'm gonna cut a little bit closer, but I'm gonna leave a decent amount of room. So I can cut this in a better way. I'm modding my Stryfe and I ripped off the black rubber on the flywheel and now it won't shoot. The black rubber off the flywheel? What? The black rubber shouldn't affect the Stryfe at all. Does it rev? Like, what about it doesn't work? I wouldn't call it a myth that PETG doesn't melt in the sun. It's definitely a bit better at thermal than anything else. Well, not anything else, but PLA. Switch this to a bigger camera because I'm going to be doing this for a while. Okay. This is sandable. Fileable. Where's my big file? Why am I using this little one? Ah, yeah, I need a probably a new battery, but I need a new charger for this Dremel. I cannot find my Dremel charger. I don't think I've had it since the move. Let's see. There it is. Ah, that's better. That'll work. All right. The batteries were low. Huh. It's gonna be a lot of this. Come on. A little bit better. Gonna be a lot of this. Mod recommendations for a Big Shock. There is an inline clip mod that you can find for it. All 3D printed, of course. Getting this to match up again is going to be a nightmare and a half. Official Dremel charger is 33 or a knockoff around 20. Good stuff. I'm going to pick one of those up. Probably a new battery, but I'd like to be able to use my Dremel again. Although, again, I have this thing. I just need a chuck key for it. I swear I have one somewhere, but there wasn't one in the box for that. It just doesn't have controllable speed. That's my biggest issue. It's got more torque, but less, doesn't look like it's as controllable.
Let's rock.
Money for a Dremel battery? Well, that's really nice of you, King Kavosha, but unfortunately, again, YouTube takes 30% of that, and then they give it to me 2 months later. Mod the Dremel. I like my Dremel. This has been... I've burnt through... In the 10 years I've been doing... Well, actually, it's more than like 12. But the 10 years since I started doing the channel, I have burnt through like 4 lipo... Or, not lipos, Dremels. This one I've had for, I think, 6 years. And it's really nice. I really like this Dremel. It was the 8220. I think it was like $130. Classic for real tipped $1. Money for the money for Dremel and that greedy Google took. Thank you, Classic. How do you feel about adding sandpaper to your Stryfe and filing your nails in the middle of... I mean, you could. Feels like that'd hurt after a while. I have used sandpaper for grips, though. Make my own Talon grips. But if you remember my Boomco M6, the Halo pistol, to make that slide more grippable, I actually just glued sandpaper to it. And no matter what I do, that goes down farther than I want it to. Trying to get there. It's a pain trying to make these even. Trying to get rid of all this material built up so I can see a little bit clearer where I'm at. Well, pretty decent. I want to put it in this, but I'm worried. Maybe I can be gentle enough. Oh, that's... Gonna put it slightly higher up. Clamp it down. There we go. Still gonna be impossible. Oh, crap. Well, thank you, Home. I was just gonna go to, you know, whatever it is next to me. It's not, Home Depot, Lowe's, and just try to pick one up, but thank you. Is it painful? Is it really loud on? I can't... It's not ASMR-ish? Not loud, it's just a filing sound is so unpleasant. Does everybody agree with that? How many people watched Hawkeye Sand for hundreds of hours? Let's see how that's working. No! Ugh. So... Okay, we might actually be in business. Put you back. And you... I don't think I can do better than that. That's about as... There's barely a gap. There would have been a gap anyway, to be fair. But... does kind of angle downwards, which means I need to move maybe just a little bit more material. That's pretty dang close. How are we feeling? Maybe just a tiny bit more material. Because if it's pushing inwards, like they're pushing together, that's too much material, right? Right? Could be wrong. I mean, it's ever so slightly. Like, there is a dip there. So does that mean there's too much material or not enough? I feel like that means there's too much material. By, like, a fraction of a millimeter. Hawkeye, you can now chime in. I love shields and Nerf floppy. I'm editing the kit to fit on this Stryfe. So I filed down this rail. And there's a little bit of a dip, which I think means there's too much material. It's not that noticeable, to be honest. It's really not that noticeable. Get a straight... Screw you, man. I can remove just a tiny bit more material. I think that's all we're missing here. My eyes can see it, Hawkeye. The rust... Dude. I could do without your color commentary sometimes. Okay. That's about as close as I'm willing to go, I think. Back one? No. Yeah, that's immediately better. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it was. It's immediately better. So, my biggest problem right now, Hawkeye, is I had to edit this for this to fit on, but I goofed it on both sides. Gap there, and on the other side, there's a much larger gap. I'm not exactly sure how to fix that other than putty. That's like the only thing I can think of is putty. Let's see, we should have we have a bottom rail. Oh, it's got a trigger and everything. And its own mag release, so we're not using that. So it looks like it still uses the original... Yeah, it still uses the original Stryfe muzzle. Print apart, fit it in place. Oh my god, that sounds so annoying, dude. Like a little tiny wall, like that big, print and go. That sounds awful. Okay, well, here's what I'll do. I'll do all the fitting I can and everything like that, getting it ready, and I will leave that gap to you. Since you're going to be painting, shouldn't be much of an issue if you fix that for me, is it? Does this require... Yeah, that requires the thing. It's one of these. I think it's that one. Try to get this stuff fit. Oh god, clicked on something. Okay. Remember what Stryfe thing goes where? Probably like that. Why are you not fitting together? What? One in tarnation? Oh, why are you not just fit back together, bro? Oh, I just got hit with the hungies. Why is that refusing to snap back in place? Whatever. Anyway, that rail goes on like that. This, I believe, nope, it goes on the other way. Ooh. 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 Yep, fat part. Little part. Oh, why? Oh, that's gross. Why does that not go on? Oh, no. Oh, why does that not go on? Really? Huh. I wonder what this thing's boggle is. I gotta sand, I guess, this front a little bit. Because it does not want to work otherwise. It's going, Skinner. How about you? We'll just sand the front of this ever so slightly. Put it back to big camera. This is 150, I think. I don't have to take off much, just enough that it doesn't hate itself getting on there. This is probably easier than sanding the part itself. And this will be hit it anyway. So, not much of an issue. Just so this is a little bit easier to put on. I don't know what's wrong with the original fit, but good job, bots. Thank you. We still have to come up with a color scheme for this thing. I'm trying to think of a cool name for it. Hawkeye's really good at, like, the Destiny-style names. Containment Crew Parts, End War, Legacy. Something uplifting or something would be nice. I mean, the parts are this color, so we need something that complements that. The pink, white, and dark blue can work. And I'm not against that. It would have to be a Mod B Pro. See, I was gonna call it the Legacy, but I'd like something to do with that. I'm gonna leave Hawkeye to it. But we can kind of dwell on a name for it. Dude, why does that not want to work? There we go. There we go. Now she's starting to come together. Is there another way you're supposed to do that? Because I really don't know. There we go. There's the front. Didn't put the back on first, though, because I'm stupid. Ascending trauma. Yeah, I don't know if that's going to work. Something Legacy. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere. How about that? It's pretty decent. Actually, it kind of goes hard. Put a mag in it. It's not bad. Man, getting rid of all this excess epoxy is going to be so hard. And then, for an idea of the colors, here's the battery door. We'll have to have this match something. Need a part for this, but Hawkeye said he would mess with this part. There are side rails that can go on it. There is a 50 cal style muzzle brake, which I don't think I want to use. But this almost is Hawkeye's green. It's more blue than green. Starting to see how this comes together. Man, it's amazing how much filling in that part makes the Stryfe feel better. So, I gotta sand all the digicamo and everything off of it. Should I sand off the plate that says Stryfe, Hawkeye? Cool. Okay, so right now everything does kind of fit. We have an idea of what this blaster will be. Move the homely. It's called the homely because he bought that for me. Now here comes the fun part. How am I supposed to get that epoxy off? It's like really down in there. You can see it. There's just a ton of epoxy. Think I can pull it off? Ah. Yeah, we kind of can. All right. I didn't even see somebody got nuked. Homely and I were just talking about how toxic the internet is nowadays. Pretty much everywhere, the internet is just so toxic. Of course, there's epoxy in the holes. Oh, how am I supposed to clean that? Oh, man! That's never gonna look right. Nah, guys, it's never gonna look right, I don't think. I wonder how hard it would be to design a plate or something to go over that. Or I could just fill it in with putty. Just trying to attack with sandpaper, I guess. I think we lose something if we fill it skinny. Look, it's blocked by this piece. I'll divert to Hawkeye. I mean, we could just use a drill and go through it, but it would... There's also, in this corner, you'd see it. That's going to be impossible to get. So I wonder if we should just design something that goes over that, but then I'm wasting my time sanding this off. So I'm not sure. Hey, Cheesy! No, it cannot fit 556, whoever that was. It could fit 50 AE, though. I wonder why my lungs are so bad. Oh, right. Hey, Tag. Let's make sure these don't get filled up. Yeah, pretty old school. Haven't busted out the putty yet. B Pro, man, I get the feeling you're young, and I want to lay a little bit of old man wisdom on you. If you get banned, right, you don't come back in and ask who did that, because it looks like you just got banned again. I'm not saying you can't chat, although if you're banned, you can't. What I'm saying is, like, say, sorry, I messed up, I won't do it again. But you got banned again anyway, so. What do I know? It's therapeutic. I forgot how much I enjoyed doing this. Because I gotta tell you, I'm not keen on unbanning people, specifically because it's such a pain in the jaw blocks to do. It is really annoyingly hard to unban people. So I tend not to do it. And getting angry that you're banned is also like a one-way cruise to just Neverland, I guess. Something like that. Never ever land. I'm gonna do some on the fly organizing. Hawkeye turned me on to some stuff for filling in stuff. I usually use the Rust-Oleum Automotive Filler Primer, but there's some stuff that you could put on first. There's two things that are really good. Bondo Glazing Putty, because that fills in all the micro scratches and divots and stuff like that. And then, yeah, that filler primer. And then you sand it down, and you can get like a glass-like finish. It's really nice. I remember when I saw about people are just toxic on the internet. I wonder if they're just all kids. Like, I don't know. It's been bothering me. Blaster done coming out so quickly and a higher FPS than OG modding is fading away. Well, at the same time, bots, like, it's a good thing to talk about. In fact, we could have a whole stream discussing that, to be honest. Maybe that's a thing for if Brad's still here, because I know he asked me a while ago, and I apologize for not getting back to you in time. I'm a horrible, horrible person about that. That it's like, there isn't a point to modding, and that's somewhat upsetting, but it also lowered the barrier of entry so much. So it's like it's 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Ah, it's pretty okay, Dripsiki. I've been played Withering Wave since it came out. It wasn't bad, it just didn't really grab me. I'm not into the whole overly ancient Chinese futurism aesthetic, if that makes sense. I don't know. I did really like the combat from what I played. It was a lot better than Genshin, and I did like the Pokemon aspect. See, that's the other thing, is I find out a lot of toxicity is like 35 to 50-year-old men in this hobby that are just completely acidine. There's a lot of those, too. David's only half asinine. Chad, you have no idea. This is why we mod. This right here, it's like, oh, you're gonna stand. Like, no, there is a specific kind of joy to doing this. See, I want to look how almost gone that logo is. You can still see a little remnant of it, and I can feel it with my finger. But I'm also evening out this edge, and I'm going to have to even out this edge. But, yeah, man, this is it. It's just folded up sandpaper, so I have a little bit of a purchase on it. I've been a Genshin Star Rail addict for a while. I just want to get into Woo-Woo since the combat looks extremely seamless. It is a much better game, in my opinion. Genshin will always miss me with that Genshin for the abysmal drop rates. I was actually trying to like Zenless Zone Zero, and that like 0.8% drop rate, and like you can get maybe a pull a week, not a 10 pull, a pull. That's inexcusable. I'm not going to spend money on your game. So if I can't play it free to play, I'm done. I could spend money on your game. I'm not going to, because I can't imagine anything worse in life than, oh, I'm going to drop $100 on, let's say, Nikkei or something and getting nothing out of it. Like, I've done, like, back in the day, see, I got bid on this early. S4 League had capsules, and Granado Espada, the soundtrack we're listening to in the background, that had enchantment chips. And I've spent, like, because I was like, what? The economy was much better in, like, 2006, 2007. And I remember, like, I'd come home at night with, like, $200-300 in tips. And I'd blow, like, $100 on a video game, like, just in gacha, and getting nothing. And I was never, like, it was like, oh, well, I have so much money and I'm a kid, I have no responsibilities. It wasn't a big deal. Nowadays, I can't fathom that. So... and Nikkei is fine for the most part. It's been a long time since I've gotten a good pull on Nikkei. But I've played that completely free to play, and I have an insanely strong account. Genshin, I actually did pull, like, I pulled Diluc, I pulled Klee, like, which were strong characters, but then it's like, oh, you need 7 copies of this character in order to make them actually what they're supposed to do. No, I'm done. You lost me. It was another topic we talked about, homely. Oh, I'm hungry. Holy crap, holy. Wife's not off work yet. Oh, I'm just gonna text her I'm really hungry and see if she has a plan. I was just gonna have, like, soup, but... you can see my entire relationship revolves around sending anime girls to my wife. As all good relationships should be. Oh my god, we get to peek at Walcom's phone and see all the... No, it's just memes and anime girls and rat pictures. Oh, actually, I'm fine with that. Sorry, honey. We got anime girl stuff, Mr. Popo from the new thing, a patch, and look at the cute rat. Look at that cute rat. That's our entire relationship. Goals. An anime girl rat. There is an anime girl rat in Zenless Zone Zero, but I stopped playing, so... No, she's the best, because if you've noticed, she, like, is never on stream, because she's so freaking shy. So what is she doing? She's down there usually playing, like, Final Fantasy XIV or something. I can literally leave her completely autonomous for the entire day. I've never been in a relationship where that's possible. That's why she's the one. Every other woman wants you to, like, oh, I want to go out and do stuff. Like, we do that, obviously. It's usually me who's like, hey, can we go out and do something? Because I'm stuck in the house all day, every day. But it's not like, yeah, we go on dates and stuff like that, and usually she'll be like, hey, we need to go out. And I'll be like, yeah, let's go out. But unlike, I've seen, like, my brother's marriage, and he can't even sit down to do anything. He's just simply not allowed. Well, his significant other usually spends all their time on Netflix and Facebook. But if he turns on that PlayStation, so help him God. So... I did not envy him. I think rats are cute. I don't understand why people are scared of them. I mean, pet rats don't carry disease, Kenneth. I caught a mouse up here last year. I was literally sitting at my computer, and my eyes are so bad from playing years of Counter-Strike that I saw something move out of the corner of my vision, and it was just a mouse sitting in the middle of my floor, just scratching itself, looking at itself, and I'm like, what? How the heck did you get up here, and what are you subsisting on? I was like, why is there a mouse? I've never heard anything, never seen anything. There's just a mouse. So I caught it with a peanut butter trap and released it like 5 miles away in the bushes. And then I caught another one the next day. And there's a part of me that's like, if they have a nest somewhere, I'm going to find it years from now and be very sad. But I got that one. They got Pocky, because I had an excess of stale Pocky at the time, so they got that, and they got to go on their merry way. They were incredibly cute. I wanted to keep them, but those things can carry hantavirus and stuff like that, so you don't. You let them do their thing. We have a guinea pig, too. He is not an interesting animal to have. He is very much hates everything and anything except for food. So like this seam right here will be really good for glazing putty to even out. I gotta buy some more. Hopefully I can still buy it. I used to be able to buy it at Walmart. Might still be able to buy Bondo glazing putty at Walmart. I want to try to scratch off. .22 rat. No, thank you. I have a box of that. And I've tested it, not on a rat, obviously. I was just at the range, and I have that Henry 22, and that's what I used it in, because I didn't think a 1022 would be able to extract it or use it, because it's, you know, a different whole thing. But I don't think the Henry cared. It did have a problem extracting it, though. I got like 3 or 4 shots out of it, and then one of them, like, it pulled out and it just like bent the case instead of extracting it. That was hard to remove. Did not like that. Trying to get rid of this glue in this panel line, I guess is what you would call it. So I think a Henry 1022 can use like 22 short, 22 long. I don't know if it can use 22 Magnum. I don't see why it couldn't, right? I don't know. I've never looked into it. So I figured the rat shot would be fine. But ever since that experiment, I haven't touched it again. Picky about ammo brand. Yeah, it just didn't extract. Like, it fired, it was fine. I don't know what that did to my barrel. I didn't think about that. I don't know how bad that was. I gotta head out to the range at some point. .22 Magnum is too long to fit into a .22 LR. Nah, you're probably right, Slim Shady. Has there ever been a Zip 22 type blaster? Yeah, there's literally the Roblox Zip 22. The Bunker Blaster, I think is what it's called. It's literally on the wall next to me. I can't grab it. It's behind several Gundams. I've never fired .22 Magnum. I'm pretty sure. For those of you just joining me, I'm removing the logo. As you can see, it is practically gone. And then I'm going to get rid of the digital camo. Back in my day, this is what we did for fun. So I know 22 Hornet is super long. God, I want a 22 Hornet. Barrel's probably fine. 22 Magnum is like 1, 2, LR, 1 extract proper cycle. Yeah, but what is shooting that rat shot through a rifled barrel? Would that damage it? I think it would. I mean, it was only like 3-4 rounds. I fired a PMR 30. I'm pretty sure that was Magnum. It's soft lead. Yeah, I kind of figured. Get a lot of mileage out of this one little piece of sandpaper. Nah, it was like, you know, again, it was like 3 or 4 rounds before it, like, I went to extract and I just went and felt it give and I went, oh! Uh, 22 Hornet is a centerfire cartridge. Is it? I'm sure 22 Hornet is pretty expensive per shot. I've never looked it up, but I can assume it is. Doesn't mean I don't want one. I think the firearm itself was like $2,000. Yeah, Coop did a 3-gun, I'm pretty sure. He's talked about it and or shown it. Firearms, I think, were more of his passion. I think Nerf was a carryover. A Buzzbee Autotech 20. Yes. I'm pretty sure I've done a tag back on it. That's the one that has the clip that goes through. That's a flywheeler, I'm pretty sure. 22 Hornet is about $1 a round. That's a joke. Thanks for reminding me that I still haven't finished my 2S Fang Stryfe. Well, this is your sign, Tommy. So what I just got rid of was like the Hasbro copyright stuff on the side of the blaster. I'll show you here in a second. It's pretty smooth. I haven't bought ammo in a long time. I do have a box of 22 LR I just found, and it's very corroded, which is what's upsetting. I think you can fix that. But I have several other 1,000 rounds of 22 that I bought half a decade ago. Got rid of a lot of it. There's still a little bit of an indentation I want to smooth out. Yeah, I don't think the political party has anything to do with why ammo is expensive. I might have sanded off that edge a little bit too much on accident. That might be a problem. Alright. So, there's a little telltale sign right there and there. But you can see that's where the Hasbro warranty stuff is on a Stryfe. I don't have another Stryfe here to show you. That's all smoothed out, as is all the digital camo. On this lower part is all sanded off. I got that edge a little too hard. Don't think I've seen the leaks on the G1, but I called it when we were talking about it in Discord. And they were like, oh, well, I'll just save up for that and buy that over my Bamboo A1. I'm like, no, it's going to be the next X1C. And they came out and said, yeah, it's our new flagship. It's going to be more than the X1C. It is a problem for future Walcom bots. I think I have Slim. Which grid am I using? Pretty sure this is 150. Yeah, it's 150. It's a problem for future you too. Why, are you planning on getting this thing, David? Oh, Super Bamboo is what you mean. I honestly, I don't think people need an X1C. I have never used my X1C for anything other than PLA, PETG, and TPU. Right? So, this is more than enough. This is really good. Right? Do you need more than this? I still have an A1 that I haven't even unboxed yet. This thing's just too good. I can't imagine needing more than that. Is it a multi-headed printer? I actually thought I said something about that. Watch it be a competitor to the Prusa Max or whatever it is. Can't do carbon? I think it can. To be honest, I don't know. I haven't tried it yet. Do you have the AMSE? Yeah, I have both. We'll have a video out here next month. Bamboo Labs, because I don't know if it's technically a sponsorship. They sent me like $2,000 in printer stuff. There's a wall of filament next to me, and they gave me an affiliate link. And that's perfect. I literally would rather have a Bamboo Lab sponsorship or, you know, than anything else. No, I did not, Skinny. And I mean, I already have an X1C, and I'm saying this like I don't know who I have to convince. I have the best printer they make right now, and I'm still saying this is more than good enough. I don't think I would rather have 20 of these things than the X1C. I think you could buy, if these are 200 a pop, and the X1 I think is 1,000, like you could buy 4 or 5 of these for the price of one of the X1s. And I think that would be better. There are things that won't fit on the A1 mini print bed, but everything I've looked up in the past 2 weeks fits on a 180 by 180 print bed. So I don't think I have to convince you. I think you have to convince me that I need my X1C. Well, it's also like it's perfect, Smith, to give you a glimpse into the script for this video. Bamboo Lab is so good already that anybody you're gonna buy a blaster from in the hobby is already pretty much using them, right? So already, like, if you're buying a blaster, you're gonna struggle to find like a 3D printed blaster that's like under $100. If you want one like a primary, it's usually gonna cost you around 200 plus. And I know it's not as simple as just buying the printer and then you can do everything, but when you think of it from the perspective that as a STEM toy or a STEM thing, it's a lot easier to convince your parents to buy you a printer so you can learn how to use it, which is developing a skill that could actually affect you in the future for like job employment and stuff like that. If you know how to run a 3D printer, that's good. And Bamboo printers are about as easy as possible. Because they're closed source, they are incredibly easy to work with. You can use almost everything on them through your phone, and the Bamboo Handy, like the Bamboo Market or whatever, the user market, maker market, whatever they call it, is actually pretty darn good. If more people in the hobby had Bamboo printers and sliced everything for a Bamboo printer, could you imagine how cool it would be? Because you could already pretty much do this to just turn on your, like, go to your phone, scroll through the maker market or whatever it's called on the Bamboo Studio thing, and just, oh, Caliburn, hit that, and it already has everything sliced, everything ready to go. You don't have to do crap other than load up your filament and hit print, and make sure your print bed and everything is good. That's the potential for different filaments and stuff like that. Oh, I use eSun PLA matte. Oh, well, here's somebody's already done that. And you can hit that and you can print it out. That is the future of 3D printing. Oh, it's 204. Let me know when it's back. Okay, it's good now. You can very easily just go on to the Bamboo. What is that frickin'... What is it called? Bamboo. There we go. Models. So, yeah. You can go through the models here. I don't know how to do that. You click on any of these. Slim wallet. I can click on that. You can prepare to print through your phone. You don't need to have a computer. And you can also find, I'm trying to remember where they are. Here's a bunch of comments from people that already printed it and everything like that. There's a place on here somewhere where you can, you can also, like, where you can see, like, is it prepare to print? Yeah, so you can select your printer model. I should be recording that. And then there's a print profile. People can upload their own profiles. And they'll say things like, it'll say the infill and everything like that, which is super cool. And then also if they're using different filaments, so if like you're using eSun filament and not bamboo filament, which of course it can do no problem, you can, somebody might already have that set up for that filament. All of that just through your phone. You don't even have to do anything with the computer. And if every blaster was just uploaded and already done to this onto the Bamboo Marketplace thing, I've never actually searched Nerf. Here's a Stryfe UMP kit. Nerf Jolt Holder. Here's the links right here. EU edition. So, but you can see just how easy this would be. Man, there's some wacky stuff on here. So, if I click like the Stryfe UMP kit, right? And I want to print that out, prepare to print, done. Select my printer, A1. It's going to use the same profile because it doesn't matter. Of course, you can change that. It even has the colors right there. If you have the color, the AMS, you can already have the color things. It shows all the print plates, everything already done. That's the biggest feature of this that I love more than anything, is you can have multiple print plates already ready to go. And if you've seen what the Mini can do with the mod, the automation mod, you can have 10 build plates ready to go, and it will automatically eject a build plate and load a new one and print on that, and then eject that one, and you'll just have a line of finished plates, and you'll have, and it's all 3D printed stuff that you could do. This is the coolest. This is how the future should be. But even like you could see how easy this is. I don't have to do anything other than load filament. I have barely ever had to do maintenance to my X1C in the year and a half I've had it. I think the only maintenance I've had to do is some minor lubrication. That is why when they reached out to me, I'm like, this is perfect. Because I'm about to sell, hopefully, a bunch of printers to people, because every hobby shop pretty much already uses them. And now they're so accessible and easy, you don't need to really, like, out of the box, you barely do anything. It's Lego instructions to unscrew a couple of things and tighten some other screws, and then you just pop in, like, you turn the thing on, and it will automatically do everything for you. Automatic bed leveling. It does everything automatically. And it's like, if you've ever tried a 3D printer in the last decade, you can understand how frustrating that can be. Not with the Bamboo. The Bamboo is good enough that it convinced Hawkeye to buy one. That's how, like, that's a big endorsement, right? Hawkeye, like, I'm not saying he's, like, famous or anything like that, but that dude buys expensive tools. Very expensive. And he sat on the edge of getting one for a while, and honestly, I'm surprised he settled for a Bamboo and not something even more expensive. But months after he was here, almost a year actually, he finally picked one up. I think I've pretty much got it. Yep. Doggone. It's all getting real smooth. Hey, that's pretty good. Oh yeah, Bamboo Studio does work with a lot of other popular printers. You don't have to use, and you don't have to use the Bamboo Studio stuff for your printer. It's just way better. Remember back in the day when you had to pay like $200 for a license for Simplify 3D, I think is what it was called? Will you stream on November 2nd? Why are you asking? What's November 2nd? I just got to the stream, but a white non-modular. No, this is a modulus one. Sorry, Toast. Where's she been? She's at work right now. I think she got off at 7's. And I was just texting her. Like, she texted me back, yeah. I told her I'm super hungry. I've only had like a thing of ramen today. She said she has a lot of cleaning she wants to do tomorrow. Unfortunately, we lost one of our girl rats. She had a really big tumor, and unfortunately, like, she was still fine, and she's old. She's over 2 years old, which is old for a rat. She was, like, I pet her and everything, want to say like 2 or 3 days ago, and she seemed fine. I don't know what happened, but the tumor, it was not pretty. And unfortunately, getting a tumor removed from a rat is like $700. The rat is $10 and lives 2 years, maybe. Maybe I'm callous in saying this, but yeah. I would love sushi, David, but it's expensive. If I want to get it from like Safeway, which they do fresh sushi daily at our local Safeway, it's like, I think $9 to $13 a roll, depending on weight. And I need at least 2 things. It's usually like $30 for me to get sushi to be happy. So we're gonna have to start a fire tomorrow. You know, send her on her way. It sucks. So now we only have the one girl. She also has a tumor. It's common with girl rats. And we're just gonna have to baby her for however long she has left. Rats are very smart and emotional animals, so I don't think she's gonna take being alone too well for very long. I don't know what to do about it, though. Is November 2nd a Saturday? I'll probably be streaming if it's a Saturday. I don't make any promises. That's about what the HEB is like. Like, it's good sushi. But that's why, like, when I do sushi, I always have to do all you can eat, because I can eat, like, a lot. So, but sometimes we're like, let's treat ourselves, and we get sushi from Safeway if we just want to get something, you know, literally 3 minutes away from the house. And, it's good, it's just, yeah, it's a bit expensive. Uh-oh. Ooh. Oh, that's gonna be rough. Cut a little too deep, a little too greedy. Kurai? There was Kura, which I had with Panda last year at RAG, and they opened one up last month, about 25 minutes from me. But I remembered how much that bill was. I don't think I'm going to be eating there for a while. Hey, Rufus, been a while. Hope you're doing good. Desperado's a good blaster. Should use magazine drum swapping feature of the 2.0 and a flywheeler. I wonder, that doesn't seem like it would be that hard. It would have to have like a bolt or something on the side that's gonna retract back the pusher so you can put it. But then after that, I think you're fine. Like a pusher lock. You can even make it reciprocate if you want to be cool about it. It's gonna bother me. Have you seen those random Chinese replica blasters that always have lights and noise? Yeah, I've seen those. Oh, that cut. I think Putty can fix that. With this, we can fix just about anything. My finger is starting to hurt. Okay. Ow. How do I fix that? Ow. Thingy no work no more. My finger was locking up. Gotten a good amount of stuff done. We got that logo taken care of. Yep. It's all gone. Got rid of that. Got rid of all that digital camo. I have to tackle that. And that camo back here. Camo up here, that's going to be really hard. Camo up there. There's camo there. Figure out what to do with this. That's going to be a problem. You can see how there's a big blob right there. It's going to be hard to remove. But good way there. I'm doing all this. I'm sure Hawkeye will have his own notes. I'm just trying to get ahead of it and hopefully not ruin it. I can still see a shadow. Yeah, there's a little bit of a shadow. You can see it. I'll have to do a little bit more there. Does suck. Are you dead? Number 9 large, number 9 extra dip. What? Oh, thank you, Screaming Bacon. Surprisingly, that epoxy sand's pretty okay. Not bad. That sounds a lot easier than I thought it would. Huh. I really thought it wasn't going to sand. Usually epoxy doesn't sand. Sanded down pretty good. Interesting. Well, it changes things. It changes my plan of attack ever so slightly. Oh, sorry, it's all frickin' blurry. Thank you. Come on, come on. Get on the edge of that. There we go. Just more beautiful sanding, Kenneth. I probably won't be going for that much longer, though, because the wife will be home any moment now, and I am hungry. Got a lot going to it, Butter, if you haven't seen yet. My job is to get the bodywork and everything done, and then pass it off to Hawkeye, and he will do the painting. But whatever hours I can save from him, I'm gonna do. As in, ruin the blaster so he gets in and be like, oh my god, what did you do to this thing? I want to get this shipped to him early November. So I think it goes up for an auction in December. That's probably not too far off, Solidus. Really shouldn't be breathing this in. This is why I have such problems breathing. And it's probably going to be cancerous. I don't really have a good solution for that right now, though. I have one somewhere. Makes it hard to talk to a camera, though. Just a dusk mask would be fine. I just don't have one handy. Another reason for me to go to Lowe's. I got an Amazon gift card, though, from the affiliate link. I might just use that and buy a respirator. Not bad. It's been a while since I've done this. It's been nice and clean. I want this to be the best Stryfe I've ever made. And that's why I asked Hawkeye to help. since he will ensure that it will be the best Stryfe I've ever made, because he did most of the work. These lines don't match up super perfectly. It's definitely better than it was, so you can see it's still focused right here. You can see how much better that fits than that. But there's, like, right there, that line is kind of broken. That line's kind of broken. But it's not bad. Again, for comparison. Even that's pretty smooth. This is going to be a problem. What about the Ultra Stryfe? I mean, we took it apart on stream once. I still have it. It's getting there. There's going to be a lot of putty work, though. This, I cut it a little bit too much right there. It's got a divot. That's what glazing putty is going to be good for. And I might be able to hand file that to be straighter. Pretty sure I got this flat. Yeah, that's as smooth as it can get. Thing is, you won't know how bad this is until you put primer on it. And I am going to have to primer it because I need to sand down and get these to look as pretty much smooth as glass. I have some videos saved on how to do that. But, yeah, for comparison, this was a NERF logo and all that stuff. You held a Stryfe now. That's what it looked like. That's what I got it to. So, quite a bit of work done. I also cut this rail down so it would match up. Since it's shorter, the rail is shorter now. Put that on there, and then that will fit. So I had to cut that down a little bit. And then I also had to cut, I messed this up. So this had a lip right there, back here. But to fit this grip guard on, this is the Re-Armory kit that Homely sent me a while ago. To fit that on, I had to cut that, but there's a gap. There's a big gap on that side. This was the first one I cut, and then I tried to equal it out with the second one. I may just pack some putty in there and sand it to make it flat. I've done that before. It's just such a small piece. I may have to put like a pin or something in it. But, whew, to give you an idea of where we're going. And then this is the color of the parts that go in it. And because it's such a special cage and everything like that, I'm going to cut a motor window in it. Or a flywheel motor window in it. But since I'm going to do that, and I want the whole cage, I'm also going to cut a motor window in it. And because I'm doing that, I need to harvest the XP180s out of this. Since we're already going to be having the window, might as well use 180s. And XP180s are precious. These are the only two I have. I think I have a third one. But I'm hoping this doesn't hit harder than 130. We'll find out. I mean, you could always probably run it on a 2S or something if it's an issue. But I think that'll work out pretty good. I have some pretty high hopes for it, because that's looking pretty good. The only thing, Homely sent me a folding stock, but the folding stock isn't going to work with the extended battery cover on. So I'm going to have to come up with a different stock. I might go buffer tube, but that's something I have to think about. But that gives you an idea. Here's the front end. Like, I think it needs a stock. We might just make a stock cap for it, but depending on what people would want. That's the front end. I'm going to sand all of this smooth. And then XP 180s. I think that's going to work pretty good. Got a lot accomplished. There's way less work that has to be done. The biggest thing is, like, do we want to keep the Stryfe logo there, or do I want to sand that down so we can put something else there? See that vector kit for the Stryfe? I mean, vector kits have been around for a long time. You probably can, Toast. But yeah, we got all that sanded. It's very smooth. There was a NERF logo there. Just like that side. You know, it's all raised. You got to sand that down, but it's starting to look good. The other question is, do I want to put like a full auto kit in this or not? And I'm not sure if I want to. But you'll have a chance to win this. But I believe it's an auction. So the whole reason for doing this is because I have this flywheel cage, which is an End War 2018 flywheel cage. Number 19. I bought this and never used it, and it needs to go to charity. Because I said I was going to do that years ago and haven't really had the motivation to do it till now. See, you think that, Butter, but the Select Fire kits have issues. And I don't have a fresh one. I don't know if they ever fixed those issues. Most competitive people don't want Select Fire, so I might. I don't know. I was pretty impressed with the what I had in the Maxim, because I put that full auto kit in the Maxim, and it's very snappy. Maybe I'll use that. You are cutting a hole where the Stryfe logo is, I thought. No, but I will sand this down. I think I might sand this whole logo down smooth. I'm not sure. It is obviously raised. I might sand that down smooth. And we could put a different plate there or something if we wanted to. I'm amazed how smooth we got this in such a short time. But it's starting to take shape, give you an idea. Filling this in is going to be a problem. That sucks. I'm pretty upset about that. See the gap there. But be nice if we had... This does come with a trigger. Pretty nice little trigger. Sand that down smooth. I think we want to use that trigger because it looks cool. Have to probably paint it though. Comes with a mag release, so we're not going to use the mag release. Does have side-mounted rails. Pretty sure we'll use side-mounted rails. I don't see why we wouldn't. Yeah. And there's a lot of components to it, but it's already a good way there. But I'll have to primer it and then see where my lows and my highs are at, and then spot or glazing putty on it and sand that down until I can get it flat and all the lines matching up. Which is why you use like knives to make the, you know, panel lines and stuff come back. Try not to sand them down too much or fill them up with too much putty. But you want to make it like so when hopefully when it's done, you won't be able to tell that this is 3D printed unless you break it. This should be smooth. This should be smooth. All the lines should match up. And I'm considering streaming this multiple times. Maybe not next week, but the week after. Because if I'm working on it, I might as well stream it, right? I've never streamed really during the day. So I might go that direction. You guys down for that? You want more? You want less? You bored? Is it just a bunch of robots watching? It says 62 people. It's not bad. I like this kit. I might have to buy another one for myself. Hey, Primate. I'm sending, leave me alone. Or sanding. I don't do a whole lot of builds. Just haven't had the motivation for it. I don't really go to games or anything anymore. But yeah, I think we're just about there. I've been wanting to do this for a while. I had these parts for a while. Yeah, sand that down a lot. I can see the divot where that used to be. It's gonna be freaking impossible to see on camera, probably. Yeah, I don't know. You can see, to the naked eye, you can see there's a dip where that Hasbro copyright info was. So I'll have to sand this down flat. Sand a little bit down there. But again, glazing putty, you can kind of even that out. That's what it's for. Figure it out. It's the Re-Armory kit. What's a basic battery mod you'd recommend? I want to beef up and paint my stockade. Lipo. Beep boop morp. I knew you were a robot. I knew you were a robot. You're a humagear. Actually, I have the humagear stuff hanging off the side of my thing. I was going to use that for a video at one point, never did. It still could. No reason I can't. I think it's got a foregrip too, yeah. Oh. That's a different piece. Well, we gotta have... Yeah! No. Ooh. I mean, I'll include... Oh, no. Oh, you have gotta be effing kidding me. Oh. Damn it! I'd have to cut the front. Or cut that lip off. What do you think? What do you think, chat? Should we leave a Picatinny rail, or should we use that? Which would require either cutting this lip off right here, or cutting this into that. I don't know what would be easier. But, I mean, I like it. Oh, what do we do? I don't want... I mean, it's easier to just include the Picatinny rail and be, oh, somebody can put their own grip on it. But it's like, no. I kind of want to do it the way I'd want it. I might be able to just mark it and then sand it at an angle. And then sand it at an angle. I might do that. Problem is, I don't know how well this is going to match up. From this angle, it might not look right. I think I'm going to try to sand this down so this will fit in snugly. Because I like the idea of that foregrip. I thought it went on the Picatinny rail, but no, it's its own separate piece. And it's like, whoa, more options. Well, nah, screw that. I'm gonna make the blaster I would have made, and if you don't like that, don't bid on it. That's really comfy though, and that'll look cool as heck. I'll have to run it by Hawkeye though, see what he thinks. Because all I have to do is sand this down so this will move back a little bit farther. We have the flared magwell still. And you'll have a nice foregrip. And then you'll have the barrel on it. And that'll look way cooler than pick rail. You already got pick rail up here. Alright. That's going to be more work than I wanted to do. I thought this was just a Picatinny piece. I didn't realize it replaced the whole front thing. But I think that'll be optimal. All I have to do is cut an angle, file it down at an angle so this can move back more. But I think I want to go that way. Because I feel like that's a heck of a lot better than a pick rail. I mean, the pick rail's easy, don't get me wrong. But if you put a grip on that, like let's say you want a vertical foregrip for whatever insane reason, it's going to stick down so far. It's already tall. So you imagine like a foregrip, it's going to be awful. That is super comfy out of the gate. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to use this piece. That means I have to file that down. I have to cut out a lot. I'm not going to chop that piece off. That's easy to do. I like the idea of this overlapping the magwell, though. Because it's not going to interfere with the magwell. I just like the idea of matching that up so it overlaps that. I don't know. And if I mess it up, we'll figure something else out, I guess. But I think I can do it. I think I can sand that in a way that this will just slide over that and it'll look really good. The only thing I'm worried about is this thickness and this thickness with that divot. That might be hard to do. Because that still has to move back quite a bit. Quarter of an inch. Pretty sure my calipers are dead. Need to replace the battery. How far back do you need to move? Needs to move back 7.5 millimeter. The good news is 7.5 millimeter is just that front nub. So it's only going to go to here. And it'll just have that weird triangle jut. And I might just be able to fill that in with something. I'm not sure. That'll work. Right? Yeah. We only have to remove well, 7.6 millimeter now. Went all the way back. Zero. Oh, that's on off. Zero. $7.7 millimeter. But that's still just that part right there. So that. So we're just cutting off that pink part flat. That's fine. And then sanding it down so this matches up with that. Yeah. And I like the idea of that. Am I wrong? Because it'll look cool with that overlapping this piece. It's intricate. I think that'll go over well. Too bad Hawkeye's not here anymore. Do you have any mag color preferences? Depends on the blaster. I mean, I've already sanded off a ton of it, Ruckus. Like, that's the side I haven't done yet. And I haven't gotten to this writing back here, but I got rid of the Hasbro warrant or copyright stuff. Got rid of the logo. Got rid of most of the digicamo on it. We're just about there. This is the problem. I don't know how to deal with that right now. But I got digicamo up here, right here, and of course I've got this whole back area and this whole other side. But ooh, I'm gonna have to sand this down at an angle. It doesn't quite match up, Hawkeye. What the heck? Oh yeah, that's gonna require some filing to match up those lines. They don't match up perfectly, Hawkeye. You can't blame my printer for that. But yeah, I think that'll go good. I'd rather have this than the rail. I think the rail's dumb. I think this is much better. Less options, but what are you going to put down there? You're going to put a grip. And it looks so much sleeker with the muzzle on there. Like, that'll look so much cooler than the pick rail. Yeah. 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 Well, we also got... We messed up on that, which is a shame. I'll have to figure out a way to fill in that gap. But that's part of the creative process. That's what happens. That's why we learned, we walked with this so we can cook with this. Does this take Talon Max? Yeah, just normal Talon. Bam. It's just a Stryfe. Nothing fancy about it. Yet. But I think that'll work. I think that'll be good. I'm feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Because, yeah, that's already looking more... It's like, the thing is, like, so if you have the rail... Now you gotta put a grip on top of that, and you're already looking at this freaking huge sunfish. So, I think having the angled thing, that's gonna save you a little bit of room. Be nicer. This will cover up the front of that, so that'll look fine. Yeah, so we just have to cut into that and then sand it down so all the angles match up. Of course, Hawkeye could chime in and tell me I'm an idiot. I'll run it by him later. Not bad. Not too shabby. Got a lot of sanding, a lot of filling to do. It's been a while since I've done this, though, and I don't miss the frickin' plastic dust everywhere. That's annoying. All over the printer, all over my keyboard. Oh well. Oh. I might stream more of this, because I kind of want to do this more now. Like, not right now, but like in the next day or two. Because I want to get this done before, or within the first week. Oh, I had another Stryfe right here. The hell did this one come from? I want to get this done within the first week of November. You say about a week, and that would give Hawkeye like 2 or 3 weeks to, Oh, hi. I forgot I had you. The Corsair. With no string on it. I can put a string on it. Oh man, it's such a comfy grip. I want to have this to him by like the first week of November. It's already like the 20th, so I've got like let's safely say 10 days. Rubber band, I wonder what you went to. This is now the bin for this thing. Would only fit if you use one-handed. I mean, you have the option of being one-handed, for sure. But I assume this is going to be a primary. I wouldn't put the big long barrel and everything on it if it wasn't going to be a primary. It's meant to be the best Stryfe you could have made in like 2017, 2018. And that wasn't that long ago. But in terms of like how blasters have come, that's a lot. Here's that cover. Zombie Strike tier list stream isn't there in your channel? Yeah, I took it down. It's unlisted. The rail on the... Oh, yeah, we talked about that. Alright. Well, I do appreciate the 50, 60 of you that watched me this whole time. I'm gonna call it here, because I am hungry. I want food. Figure out what I want to do after food, but I want food. I am very hungry. So, we'll call it here. Got a busy day. I've got a bunch of scripts done, so... teaser. What did I just break? YouTube added it so YouTube Shorts can go to 3 minutes, which happened the same day I said... or not the same day, a couple of days after I said I wanted to use like YouTube Shorts for tag backs, and since they're like they can be 3 minutes long, I've wrote like 4 scripts so far for tag back for like 2 to 3 minute long tag backs. I feel more comfortable uploading those. I mean, they're not going to make money or anything like that, but they'll hopefully be. Like, there's so many blasters. Like, I can talk about a big blaster in 3 minutes, but, like, talking about a pistol, right, in 3 minutes, like, or in a full-length video is impossible. But in a 3 minute short, and I think I'm going to see what happens tomorrow, but what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to see how many I can make in one day. I'm going to spend the whole day, film as many of these 3 minute long shorts back to back to back to back to back. And if that works out fine, I might try to do, like, see how many I can get done in one day and how long I can space those in between uploads. And that'll be my buffer for my bigger uploads, which are so horrendously far behind. But there are also blasters where it's like, if I can't get a full-length video review out of it, I can just do a 3 minute long review. And you get basically the same information. And I might go that route. I didn't like the 1 minute shorts. The 3 minute shorts are a lot more appealing. I'm not a huge fan of the portrait, but since I already kind of do portrait for like shooting footage and stuff like that, I think it'll work out. And I'm gonna try to dedicate myself to doing those while I tackle things like the oh, YouTube's gonna ban me. The 76 or the 77. I took this entire thing apart. I shaved down the thing pusher on it, and it's a bit better now, to be honest. It's a bit better now. It's not perfect, but it's a bit better for the amount of work I've had to do. Still not totally sold on it, but I've got that. I've got the blaster I absolutely cannot show on live stream because it literally is mimicking a firearm. My quick edge. And yeah, this is a toy, by the way, YouTube. It's a toy. It shoots foam darts. I wonder if it'll actually get pulled. I got so many reviews that I don't know how I'd stretch them out to 8, 9, 10 minutes. So I'm going to try to jungle between those, see what happens. So that's kind of like my plan right now. I'm going to spend the next, tomorrow, I'm going to spend that time just seeing how many of these. The first one is this. Now, if you can find a video of one of these online, tell me, because I've looked and I can't. So the video I'm going to make is going to be the first time this thing is shown off on actual video. Because that's how rare this thing is. Nobody has one of these. That's the plan. I've looked, I can't find one, but if you do know of a video, I can't even find pictures of this here. People on Nerf Haven that said they had 2 or 3 of them in package. They found them in a Goodwill. But there's no pictures, and there's no picture of a package for this anywhere. And the pictures that, like, the Nerf Wiki uses are ancient. So, I can't find a video of one of these firing anywhere. This will be the first one. The Mazooka. Tag back on the Mazooka. Infamous. Gonna do a tag back on the Infamous, because it's been, what, 5 years? Little things. Little things. Stuff that I don't have to worry about sharing a link to or anything like that. That'll be easy for tag backs. And then that will also help me space out the ones where I really want to talk about the blasters. Because there are still going to be full-length ones. There are plenty of blasters that I have set out. I had a whole Modulus Demolisher video I never edited. I have it shot. Never edited it. And that will help me go through my backlog of all of the blasters I have that I haven't done videos on. So. Are AEBs good now? Asks Fire and Copper. There are good ones, people. The weirdest thing is, like, every single time I do a video on an AEB, there's always multiple people. They're like, oh, my friend has had this for 2 years and he used it for the first time 10 minutes ago and it broke immediately. There's always those people. If you've already broken a 77 when it is literally only been out for maybe a month, you have, I think it's more user error than the blaster. But I also can't recommend it because you basically have to take it apart to make it work right. I mean, that trigger pull, do I have a dart around here? I think that the trigger pull is a bit better now. Because it was awful. So, not only did I finally pinch myself with the trigger, which I haven't done before, but yeah, the trigger pull is very, very bad. It is the worst. Like, that one's dead. The start is also pretty dead, but it will work for my purposes. I don't know if I've used a blaster with that bad of a trigger pull. It is... It feels like you're gonna break it. Dude. How is yours smooth? Like, what's the mechanism I'm missing here? It is awful. Like, that's why I got this blaster. Scott bought it and was gonna return it. And it was such a pain in the jorblots to return it that he's like, hey, I'll sell it to you for a huge discount. And I was like, screw it. Why not? I need to actually see the sear. Go over here. I'm trying, because it has to push this piece up. And I'm not seeing... That's obviously the catch. It might just be the design of the catch. Because it's a really flat... You don't have a heavyweight spring in yours, though, do you? Because I have a heavy spring in this. If I pull out the heavy spring, and I put in this random spring that looks like it's the same spring, that's the weird part. I thought this was a spring, you can't really see from back there, but I thought this was the spring that was the light spring. Here's the heavy one. They're like the same color, right? And this was just laying around next to this one. But this one rattles. The blaster technically works, but it rattles. So I don't think this is the right spring. And then I opened up the box, and there was another spring in there. So I have no idea what this little spring is. It technically works, but yeah, it's rattling. It needs a spacer. But now, way easier. And way easier trigger pull. That's the problem. It's the heavier spring weight causing it to have the worst trigger pull imaginable. Okay, now I have to edit my script. I'm glad I didn't actually do that, because I did play around with this like non-existent spring. And to be honest, when it doesn't work well for AF pros, but with bamboo darts, this thing now hits like 140. It's slightly too hot. But I do have a light. I just found another spring in the box. So, is that fair? Because that was fine. Is it fair? Because this'll hit like 270. But the trigger pull is obnoxious. Yeah, no, I have one tag. I just found, I picked up the box and there was a spring left in it. So I don't know where this came from. I have no idea what that spring's to. It technically works though. The fact that we have an AEB that we can very easily swap out the springs on, that means we could do a lot of testing. Unfortunately, the barrel doesn't follow that same thing. The barrel is actually clamped around the shell. So you'd have to take at least the first couple of screws out and pull this off. Maybe not that bad. It's just friction fit in there, but it's held in by a groove that the shell sandwiches around. This, the trigger pull is monstrous. It's not unusable, but if you were actually using this in semi-auto, you would get so tired of that so quick. How sturdy is it? It's very sturdy from what I can tell. I don't know what kind of plastic this is. It's a different feeling plastic than what we got with the 76. It is not going to shatter. No. But, like, even if, like, it's not horrible. I just think, like, if you were semi-auto, you'd be like, this sucks. But with a lightweight spring, yeah, so that's good news. I'll open this back up and dump lube. Actually, there's a hole right there. I can literally just dump lube in it. That's actually kind of cool. They put, like, he put holes, like, up here in the gears so you can put lube in them really easily. Just smart idea. It's not hard to take apart. The screws on these metal bars right here, these metal bars lock in the front piece. You can see how that works? So these notches are where the shell is, and these screws, I think almost all of them are stripped. None of them work. I have actually glued in the screws right now. Tends to care very much about orange tips. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, if you think this is a firearm and YouTube wants to pull down this thing and try to strike it, it is very clearly a toy. Here's a bright blue clear foam dart mag. I think it was the grip that was getting it the most, but yeah, I had a purple. Yeah, I'll put an orange tip on it. There we go. I had a purple one on there, and I don't think it liked that. There's a lot to love about this. I think the way I put the script, I think the ending was along the lines of, this is not a finished blaster. If you are expecting zero problems, everything working, running fun out of the box, this is not the blaster for you. It's not impossible to overcome the technical issues with this blaster, but I do think that this is a blaster for somebody that really does like to tinker. I think the platform, especially with how easy it is to swap out springs, is the best. I don't think you can really surpass that, to be honest. There's no other AEB out there, as far as I can tell, where it's this easy to swap the spring. No tools, just remove this tube and put the new spring in. It's also incredibly compact, especially if you take off the stock and you take off your B-car. It's overall, I don't know, it's still like 2 feet long, but it's way more compact than the 76 was. And, I mean, at $200, so if I compare it to the BK1S, I think the BK1S, if you don't need high power, the BK1S is superior. If you want high power, then you're better off buying a 77. If you've never used an AEB and you have no desire to tinker, I think a BK1S is better. I think if you want high power, you want to tinker, you want to try to fix things like a stupidly strong trigger pull, I think the 77 will do better for you, but I don't feel like this blaster is quite ready. It's obviously not, because you have to, out of the box, the full auto, when you do like semi-auto, it's like 270. If you do full auto, it's like 150. You lose like 100-something feet per second velocity-wise, which is inexcusable. But you sand down the sear, and that helps it release the catch later. And I was getting like 210s, 200s, 190s. Like, it was better than it was, but it's still not perfect. I don't know if I need to sand it down even more. The problem is that he's like, oh, remove 1 millimeter. Well, if you look at the image he provides, it's definitely more than 1 millimeter. And I don't know if I need it. I don't know if you could take off too much, is my problem. So the other thing that I noticed that I need to update is it looks like the motor and gears are identical to the 76s, which, even though this works a lot better than a 76 in my opinion, if this is true, that is good, because that means replacements are going to be easy to come by. And that is very important. I would honestly, I can almost suggest it, especially if you like to tinker and you're fine with having to open it up and do stuff, you could buy an extra motor, extra gears, and as long as you don't break the stock shell, and even then, chances are somebody could design a 3D printed shell for it. I mean, people have already designed 3D printed parts. I wonder how far we are from designing a 3D printed shell. I don't quite understand where my $200-something is going. Every time I look at one of these blasters, I never understand why they're so monstrously expensive. I assume it's a low production run and they're hand built, but there is not $200 of stuff in here. And it makes me wonder how close we are to Dart Zone putting out a Dart Zone AEB. Even if it was like $150, I guarantee you $150 in a Dart Zone AEB would go farther than a 77 for 200 something. That's assuming they're even working on it, because it is literally this one motor, and these 3 gears, and then the gear train on the Prime. That's it. It is just that. And if this is using the same gears as the 76, and the quick edge looks almost identical to this on a smaller scale, I really do think, I doubt this motor is more than a couple of bucks. Now, I bought one of the motors for the quick edge. And the quick edge motor, which was technically an upgrade motor, that cost me $33. I highly doubt it's a $33 motor. I bet if you sourced these, and I know AEG motors can, and this is what it is, this is an AEG, this is an airsoft motor, which means you can also upgrade this motor, by the way. I don't know enough about it, but you can do that. I have a feeling that these are not that expensive, and this is probably one of the cheaper ones you can get to do the job. And I feel like you could get all this set up economically so if you want to do it. I mean, the engineering's already been done. This is so strikingly similar to the Quick Edge. And the Quick Edge is the most simple AEG I have ever seen. That blaster has no reason to be the price it is. I think Dart Zone could make a Quick Edge that works fine as long as they just do some testing for a little bit. I bet you they could get that down to 150, 100. Because it is just one of these motors and a couple of gears, and that's it. It's basically, the Quick Edge works in a way, for those of you still watching, it has a gear that has a knob on it that touches a micro switch. That's the only micro switch in the entire blaster, as far as I can tell. There might be there's probably I can't grab the blaster because I will absolutely get pulled, but basically it just has the one gear, it's a 3-gear setup like this and a motor like this, but when you pull the trigger, it just runs the motor, which runs the gear, and basically it will run until it hits the micro switch to stop, and then there's a magnet on the plunger head, and there's a magnetic reed switch in the blaster. It's only semi-auto, but all that means is like, so when you pull the trigger, when you power, okay, sorry, I know this is the worst explanation. When you power on that blaster, it will automatically cycle, and it will prime it back, and it will be done, okay? You can manually run that blaster just like you can manually run this one, but basically when you power on the motor, when you power on the blaster, when you put a battery in, it will automatically cock back the plunger rod, and it will stop when the magnet hits that reed switch. And then when you pull the trigger, which is completely mechanical, it's mechanical just like this, there's no electronics, so you can run this blaster by hand, you can run the Quick Edge by its hand. When you fire it, all the blaster sees is that, oh, that reed switch isn't being read, so I'm going to run the motor again. So it just cocks back again, and that's how you can go pop, 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 pop with the Quick Edge. It is so ridiculously simple. I'm not entirely sure where the issues with that blaster align, because I've only ran like 4 mags through it since I fixed it. I did a different motor. It's different. It's the same motor. It's a different like a logic board. This doesn't have a logic board. That does. But I ran 4 mags through that, and I used little washers as spacers on the gears, so everything's nice and tight and locked up. and it seems fine. I haven't dumped 30, 40 mags through it. I will try for testing purposes. And if I have no issues with that in, 20, 30 mags, if there's no issues, then there's no reason why Dart Zone can't make that. Because it's way less than this, and this is already pretty much nothing. The way this thing works, and it's just like with the 76, which I don't think I commented on. The Quick Challenger uses a logic board. The BK1S uses a logic board. The 77 is completely analog. There is one micro switch back here. And all that micro switch, I mean, not counting this button. This is just an on-off button. That's all it is. All this thing does is that when you, let's say I prime it back. So now the plunger tube is depressing a micro switch. That's all it's doing. So when I pull the trigger, which has no micro switch, it's all mechanical, and that button, that micro switch, is no longer being pressed down, it runs this motor to put it back. That's all it does. That's all this blaster does. It is 100% analog. There's no smart. That's why it's full auto, semi-auto, and it accomplishes the semi-auto by just having a piece of metal that prevents the sear from... How exactly does that work? I think it just prevents something from coming all the way back. It's weird. It's really weird. I haven't quite figured that out. But yeah, there's only one micro switch in this thing, one motor, 3 gears, and there's a gear track on the plunger, on the pusher, this bolt sled. The reason why you could prime it when it's like this is because there's a flat, not a flat spot, there's a bare spot on the gear. So there's just enough gears to prime this back, and then it will not have any spots left on the gear train. It's really simple. I'm not good at explaining this kind of stuff, but I understood it instantly. And I like that, because there's no logic board that could go wrong, which makes me wonder why the heck the Quick Edge has a logic board on it, and why it needed an upgraded logic board, because it does have an upgraded logic board on it. It's how far the trigger travel. Yeah, it does block, you're right, it does block the trigger, so... This is, that's semi-auto, that's full auto, so it does move. I'm just trying to figure out how that makes the micro switch. How does that work with the micro switch? Oh, it's that lever. It's this lever that I sanded down. That's right. So that interacts with the catch in a way. Yeah. So when it's open, that pulls all the way back, and the catch can just kind of flippy-floppy all at once. With it blocked, the catch will release, and then you have to reset it. Okay, that's what it was. And there's like a spring-loaded plunger in there that when you cock it back, it will click. And I'm guessing the full auto just lets that thing be depressed the entire time. It's cool. I know I'm terrible at explaining it, but the thing is, like, these things seem so complicated, and to a degree they are. Timing and stuff, like on a revolver and everything like that. It takes a lot of effort. But this is a completely different setup. The 76 was open bolt. This is closed bolt. It's a completely different mechanism. And yet, this is basically the same internals as the 76. And the 76 had extra micro switches. So... I'm really curious. I think we're just about there. I don't know exactly how the BK1S does it, but again, it has a breadboard. Like, it has a logic brain somewhere in it. And that allows you to do, like, the burst fire, which this doesn't have. But I feel like we're just about there. That being said, I've seen a lot of people try 3D printed AEGs. I wonder if the 3D print just can't handle it. So, there's a lot there. But yeah, these are not that hard, which makes me wonder why it's so expensive. I know somebody has to make their dollar, right? But I don't know why this blaster is $209. I feel like Dart Zone, like, obviously Nerf got an AEG down to, like, what, 50 bucks? That was a decade ago. So, like, I don't understand why it would be too hard to make a hobby grade one. I'm really wondering about that. But yeah, I do think it's a good blaster, and I think there are people who are going to absolutely love it. And unless we get another blaster that's this easy to swap out springs and stuff on it, I'd love to see, like, Worker, what, they made the Kunlun or whatever, the Kunlun, the Kunlun, I don't know what you call it. Like, it's just another, it's different, don't get me wrong, the internals look fine, don't get me wrong, but it's just another Harrier, and everybody wants Worker to make, like, an AEG. And the only people making it are, like, these small, limited production run things. And I'm looking at this, like, you just look at this for a second, you go like, oh, that's simple. And I feel like it could be done. I'll have the video out on that soon. I got the whole script and everything written out. I've got some B-roll, and I've got the firing footage already done. So, I'm thinking it's production run amounts, Panda. And that's why I wonder if, like, Dart Zone could do it. I want to show you, because, like, I'm intimately familiar with the Quick Edge now, and FNAFing with that is why I'm so competent with the 77, because they're basically the same exact gear setup. I think, and I'm gonna do the video, I will do it soon. I think the Quick Edge, so far, is the best thing I have used in the hobby. Would I recommend it? No. Can you get one anyway? No. They're impossible to find. The company is gone. I have an extra gear set, I have extra micro switches, and I have an extra motor. So as long as I don't break that shell, I should technically be able to use that blaster until I'm tired of it or something better comes along. The Quick Edge is the best. It's not the best primary. It's not the best AEG, but it is probably the best pistol. I have to let you hold it for you to understand, because this thing, I have a, not like a short, but I posted before of me when I finally got it working, and you just go, bat, 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 bat. It's so fast. It cycles instantly. It is so ridiculously good, and it's a Springer, so it's super quiet. It's super svelte. Like, it's awesome. That is a blaster. I think they just messed up their first production run, and their company was already so screwed, it didn't save the company. The company went under anyway. The Quick Edge is a blaster that, had they perfected it, it would have been well worth the $200 asking price. I think it was $225. But I don't see a reason why it cost that much. Because from where I'm sitting, that is maybe a $90, $100 blaster. Right? I don't feel like that blaster deserves to be the price it was. But in a small production run from a company that already was looking like they were in the red, I'm guessing that's why it was the price it was. You can't find them. I don't know how many of them were. Actually, there's a serial number on it. Mine's like 3229 or 3529 or something like that. I don't believe they made 4,000 of them or more than that. I wonder what number the production starts at. But it is the best. It is so good. I would use that. I almost have to paint that thing because I kind of want to be able to use it. Not that I go to games anymore, but if I could, that's the blaster I'd want to use. If it's a 150 cap, that's a 150 FPS blaster, and it is phenomenal. It is so good. Remember the Lizzie Gecko AG kit? I didn't see that. That's a thing? 76 was literally a Stampede. How hard could it be for Nerf to make one? I don't know. I worked with Stampedes, and my biggest issue with Stampedes was timing. I had one shooting 180 FPS, and then put it together, like fully, and it was shooting like 110, and I couldn't figure out why. It's like something to do with the timing of the Stampede. It's very difficult. Yeah, Vulcan, Stampede, and Swarmfire, and Power Bell, or Speed Swarm, those are all technically AEBs. I feel like we're very close. And I feel like if you really, like, it's hard because I think that these blasters are worth making. I think they would do well. And if they were priced accordingly, I know flywheelers are cheaper, but the problem I have, it's weird too, like the Omnia, right? The Omnia was $100. The Mark III, that was like $150. The Stryfe X, that was $120. Brushless blasters are even more expensive. And I'm struggling to understand why these blasters are more expensive even when a big company does a big production run. But you can buy Mark IIIs for $40 right now. And also the frickin' Venom Pro exists. The Venom Pro is a blaster I didn't think we would ever get, and if we did, I expected it to be $150. But for some reason, it's $50. That's why the Venom Pro is so amazing to me. It is the best thing. And yet, I still sit here and wonder, like, if you can make a Venom Pro for $50 and presumably make money off of it, why are all the other flywheelers so expensive? Why was the Omnia $200 or $100? Why was the Stryfe X $120? How much of that is just pure greed? We can charge this much because it's there. Well, Dart Zone just showed us that, like, yeah, we can make a freaking full auto flywheel pistol that hits 130 FPS for $50. And we're allegedly making money off of that, right? So, how do they sell more for less at that point? Like, the Maxim is $40. So, if they did a crazy brain-controlled flywheel blaster, or a brushless, like, brushless is pretty expensive, I know that, but the motors in those can be very expensive. Brushless motors are expensive. The controllers, the ESCs, those are expensive. I get that. I think you can, their economy of scale does apply there as well, but it seriously does make me wonder how close we are. Like, if the quick edge works fine for what little is actually there, how close are we to getting, like, Dart Zone's gonna make a quick edge, and whatever it is, and they could be like, they could charge $150 for it, and they would be undercutting everything and giving a product you can't get anymore. If I had contact with Dart Zone, I would have already been in the room with their engineers going like, here's this thing, here's how it works, here's everything you need, make this. It's 4 wires, a motor, and a couple of gears. This cannot be expensive to make. It cannot, even if you bought the motors from Monkey Mods for $33 a piece. The rest of the components in this thing is like nothing. I think the gears cost me, like, for all new gears, I think it was literally like $4 a gear. And that's at, like, Monkey Mods making money off of them. And a reed switch is not expensive, so it's like, there's no way they can't make that thing, even if it was like $50 and we have to pay somebody to solder 4 connection points on it, and a battery. We have to design a battery for it, which they reuse the same battery so much it probably won't be. There's no reason that can't be made for $150, and I would still happily pay it. And that's the part that confounds me. I would assume we don't have it because they can't. But then I also assume that with the Venom Pro, and here it is. And now Dart Zone's kind of put themselves into a corner, because if they try to make another Mark III, they can't charge $150 for it. They just can't. Even if they added, like, here's a complete computer controlled, even if it wasn't brushless, but here's a screen with a touch screen where you can drag bars to make it shoot faster, slower, harder, softer, change how many rounds, have an ammo reader and stuff on it. I already know all that stuff exists because the kit for the JS Black Tech kit for the what do you call it? The Rapid Strike, and of course the Nightingale, those are like $18 to $30. And they have like multiple like crazy things that go on in them. Again, why can't Dart Zone just literally buy it from them and just slap it in a thing? Obviously they can't, but if that dude can sell them pre-made essentially for 30 bucks and it presumably makes money off of it, how does that not scale into thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands? A Dartzone AEB would have super dumb greebling and paint. They might not. Venom Pro's fine. China produced chain-fed Glock AEB for only 36 USD. You keep talking about that thing, man. I see you all over the place talking about it. I really think the Blink is 2024. I mean, the Blink is really good. The Blink gives... These are features that, like, if you don't already have blasters that do it, you don't understand how good they are. But I've had an FDL, I've had a Pew Pew, I've had all these other blasters that you can control the velocity and the rate of fire and stuff. And it's like, it sucks when you have to have multiple different blasters for multiple different velocity caps. So even at, like, the local games around here, you've got 130 is the normal cap. I thought it was 150. Apparently it's 130. It's one of the two. 130 is HVZ. 150 is super stock. But then there are games up to like 200. And I think 200 FPS is where things start to get fun. Because you can get a flywheel at 200 FPS, and it's really easy to get a Springer at 200 FPS, and there are certain blasters out there you can mod to get to 200 FPS. 150, pretty much anything and everything is viable. 130, literally I don't know of a blaster besides like a Jolt you can't get to hit around 100. But basically anything can go up to 130. So having one blaster do all of that is amazingly economical. Because if you buy a Stryfe and you mod your Stryfe most likely, like with this like cage right here, I think this is a 130 FPS cage, it'll pretty much always only do that. I can't make it shoot harder. I can put it in a different cage. But if I put in a banned blaster's cage, well now my Stryfe hits 200, but that's too hot. So I either have to swap out the cage or figure out a way to put a potentiometer in it, which I have tried to do with the kits from Worker, and I've tried 3 separate occasions trying to put one in my Dominator, and every single time they caught on fire. And I tried both ways that Worker tries to tell you to do it, and I tried just one other random way. The one connected to the flywheels always literally puffed out the blue smoke. So apparently it's a pretty hard thing to get done. I don't know how they do it, but look at the Stryfe X. Does it have adjustable velocity and stuff? No, it does not. Omnia? No, it does not. Any other fly? Maxim? No, it doesn't have adjustable velocity. It seems to be a... Here's the Blink, it has that. So the Blink, at like the most minimum setting, with heavyweight darts, you could do like 110, 120s with it. And at the highest setting, with like lightest weight darts you can find, it'll hit like 220, 230. And you could dial everything in on that. You could make little marks on the shell to where you need to put it for what FPS. That's amazing. And that means that $100 blaster, it was $80 if you pre-ordered it. That $100 blaster can cover basically every single flywheeler I have in this room. And I have a freaking $600 SPF. I have a $900 FDL3. I have a $700 FDL3. Both of them set up different ways. I have custom Stryfes. I have a $700, $800 Pew Pew, whatever those cost now. And yet, here's the Blink, and it will do most of what those brushless blasters will do, and it will do a lot of what all the other blasters do. And if you were sitting here and be like, okay, I want an SPF, and I would say it's a cool blaster. It's an amazingly fun blaster to build, and you can do so much. It's got all the settings you can tweak with. Should you buy one? No. Buy a Blink. Well, it doesn't look like an Evo Scorpion. No, I don't care. Or a Scorpion Evo. Just buy one. Because it will get you most of the way there. And we should be knocking on the door of a Nerf Pro or Dart Zone Pro $150 blaster that will do basically everything an FDL3 or a Pew Pew or a SPF will do, right? We should be knocking on the door of that. It should have a touch screen, and you should be able to just move sliders, change menus, do those kind of things. Will it be as good? I doubt it. But the extra last 10-15% to have the instant brushless and stuff like that is not going to be worth the extra $400. And if they can do brushless at a $150, $200 price point, those blasters are only going to be for the extreme enthusiasts that really like that design. A Nintendo controller. The Blink made me like Flywheeler again. The thing is so good. I love the Blink. I can't believe so many people talk smack about it. I think we're just about there, to be perfectly honest. Like, I feel like Dart Zone is kind of screwed themselves. They can't put out another Mark III. And where they go from here, I have no idea. They could reshell the Venom Pro a bunch of different ways and people would be super happy. They could remake a Venom Pro. They could they could dual stage a Venom Pro. The battery might not be able to handle it, but if that could hit like 180 dual stage and they had it in like a vector configuration with an angled Talon mag and they wanted $100 for that, it'll sell. I'd buy one. I'd probably love one. That's what that platform will be awesome for. But I don't know how they would go from there unless they just go balls out. And Nerf doesn't seem to want to even try. I don't know what's going on with Nerf. I seriously wonder if we'll see a Dart Zone Pro brushless. I don't think brushless is worth it. But I also know these companies can make a dedicated board that has the ESCs built onto the board. Because I think one of the NERF Duinos had ESCs programmed on it. So those are the things that you need for brushless. I have a bunch of them somewhere. Those are things you need brushless motors to control them. They're electronic speed controllers, I guess, is ESC. But that's what that's why when you boot up when you turn on they go the do-do-do-do. Like they do a little check and then you hear a beep, beep. And that means it cleared its check. And then people make them do all sorts of funny songs. The NERF Duino complaint. Yeah, it sucks, but I wish that would have came out. I think like we're just about there. I honestly do, and that's gonna be where things get really spicy. I'm trying to the things I'm thinking of are the things the things that I'm wondering what will happen. Like, where do we go from here? It has to be stuff that we don't really think about or know about or designed. Like, they can't make another Nexus Pro X. They will, but they can't. So 2 to 4 years from now, what are we going to be using? Because this hobby has been accelerating so much. And that's where it's like, well, I would expect within the next 24 months, we will have a Dart Zone AEG. We might even have a Dart Zone AEG on store shelves. Maybe. Even if it's a pro one that they only sell online, that would still be worth it. But there's a big barrier to entry right there. People have it. I know it sounds wacky, but people, like, when they want to spend that kind of money, they'd probably rather see it in a store and also know that they could very easily return it to store. I think we're just about there. Thank you, Danny. Yeah, I mean, you talk about X-Shot Full Auto Gel. X-Shot made a Full Auto Super Soaker. That's literally, it can fire darts. Not very well because it's a tiny plunger tube, but it can. It can fire darts. And that is basically an AEG right there. I think we're just about, like, I don't know where we go from here other than we either need brushless or we need AEGs or we need both. Somebody, Nerf or otherwise, is going to make the screen, ammo counter, all the neat little things that you can change, just like the FDL, just like the JS Black Tech kit. Like, that's going to be something that will show up. Brushless AB. Is there a reason why we haven't? I mean, I thought the whole point of brushless motors was they had a ton of torque. I think AEBs face a lot of the Shane challenges as HPA. HPA is a completely different beast. I don't... Oh, okay, same challenges as HPA. I do think they have difficulty in a lot of aspects, but I don't think they're as... From what I'm seeing with the 77 and the Quick Edge, I don't see why they have to be super difficult. Nerf needs a pro lever action. Man, if they aren't already doing that, ugh. Dart Zone needs to just take a conquest and make it a lever action. I think they will, J-Ro. They gotta go somewhere from here. And I don't know how they could make another Mark IV, another Mark III. I just don't see it happening. Doesn't the 77 and Edge both have a lot of issues? I fixed my Edge. I've only ran like 5 mags through it, and it's been absolutely amazing. I will run 20, 30 more mags through it for the sake of the video, but I think the Edge is like the best thing I've ever used. The 77, from what I can tell, is not a finished blaster. The 77 feels like a toolroom prototype that is now being manufactured and sold. Even if you buy one today, you have to, like, if you want full power at full auto or close to full power, you have to sand down that sear. But it is really good. It is a really good little blaster. The fact that you can swap out springs in seconds, that's unbeatable. I can't recommend it to everybody, but if you like to tinker, I think I could recommend it to you. I feel like it's a stopgap. I feel like there's going to be another blaster basically just like it that will be more like the BK1S. Here's my problem, Dorian. I'm sure you've noticed it. Maybe you've even perpetrated it. Every single time I have done a video on an AG, I've fired like, man, my Sweetheart Storm probably has like 200 mags through it. Some random dude that was worth millions of dollars just was like, oh, this thing's sweet, and ran mags through it, and then disappeared with the damn thing. And I was like, oh my god, he took my Sweetheart. Well, he has the money to pay for it, so I don't really care. And he brought it back because the battery died. He ran the battery out. I don't know how many times he fired that. He came back with 3 other dudes that were just covered head to toe in welts. He went nuts with it. None of them had iPro either. I'm glad that didn't turn out bad. And if you say anything about the Sweetheart Storm, everybody says, oh, it's dead. Oh, my friend had one. He ran 1 mag through it. It didn't even last that long. It died. It broke. It shattered. It exploded. Every single... There's just people out there that just hate them. Just like how a certain somebody in the community, every single time they touch anything but HPA specifically, they clearly don't like HPA. They clearly don't care to put any effort. In fact, I would make the argument they have spent years purposely doing it wrong because they just don't like it. Not for any other reason other than they realize HPA is powerful, they realize HPA can be super good and super reliable, and they do everything possible to make it look bad because they have invested interest in it being bad. That's my opinion. Just like with that, I think there are people out there that just don't like AEBs, don't want to see them be popular, and will, every video I've ever done, the BK1S, that thing has, you have no idea how many darts I fired through that thing. I think I've had 2 or 3 times where it locked up and I kind of like butthole tightened, and it was, oh, I took the battery out of it and I just racked it back and it worked fine. Got stripped, I can pick it up right now and it works. Sweetheart Storm, I'm terrified of that blaster. I don't know how to do the maintenance on it. But when I got back from California, I just dumped lube all over it, and I fired a couple of darts to the chronograph, and I sure hope when I finish the firing footage for that blaster, it works. If it dies, I'm going to be upset. I don't think the Sweetheart Storm is... I'm not recommending that blaster. But every single time I talk about ABs, there's somebody who's had every single one of them, and they all broke within 1 mag, and they're terrible. And I'm not saying blasters don't break, but I've seen other blasters break. Like, the difference is that the price tag, I guess. But I really do feel like there's a group of people that have vested interest in AEBs not being good. I've never seen a storm in person, but I bet a lot of owners online have serious issues with there. That being said, just many people I've met have had very positive ownership experiences. And it also can be like, when you think about the common bottom denominator, yeah, there are people out there, you gotta be really careful, because people just don't know how to work the stuff. People don't know to take care of it. People are really bad, like they throw it on the ground, like, oh no, it's jammed, they throw it, and then they wonder why their 3D printed blaster's dead. They wonder why their AEG doesn't work anymore, because they're like, oh no, I gotta switch my pistol, I don't have a sling, throw it, and then it sits on a battlefield for 20 minutes, and then it's like, oh right, I gotta pick up a $600 blaster, oh no, it's broken! You know what I mean? Or they hand it to somebody, second I got that, I'm not gonna name the person who did it, but I had that quick challenger, and somebody wanted to see it, and I handed it to him, and the first thing he did was like, oh, I'm super major Call of Duty guy, and wrapped the bolt back, and I was like, no, stop, done, stop. You just broke it. Oh, sorry, man. I'm just militarily trained. I just do that automatically. It's not the problem. You just can't do that with this one. Now I have to take it apart because it's going to break. Do not pull that trigger. And there are people who do that and break it and then blame the manufacturer, and I don't think it's fair. I do think these blasters will break, right? Like, you can't avoid that. They will break. That's whatever. So does everything else. And I don't think it's fair to, like, I think there are more people that have a vested interest in AEGs not working than people who actually are having bad experiences with them. I love my BK1S, but I see people online like, how do I get this thing to hit 250 FPS? It's like, don't, stop. Be happy with what you got out of the box. Like, don't try to do more with it. You could probably do less. Less is probably fine. I don't know. But here's a video. There's multiple videos out there. It hits these performance marks. Leave it at that. Just don't, like, oh, I'm going to upgrade and take it as far as I can. Just buy a different AG. Like, if you need it. That's why it's like, that's the thing with the 77. It's like, it's the blaster for those people. If I want to take it apart and I want to mod it. Oh, I want it to run Talon mags. I want to do all this. Stop. Buy a 77. It's like 50 bucks more, I think. I think it's like 50 bucks more. You'll still have to take it apart and do stuff with it, but since you were already planning on doing that with your BK1S, the 77 is there for you. It's perfect for that. That's my opinion, though. I regret not getting the inserted scales when I have a chance. Honestly, I don't know if I'd recommend the inverted scales. I think it's fine. I didn't have any issues with mine. Pretty damn good blaster, all things considered. The accuracy issues I had were solved by getting the HQ B car. That, like, I didn't have a B car that was good for like 250, 300 FPS. You'll notice every time I use a blaster or a B car that hits that velocity, I use that silver B car that I have. It's just the best for that. I have the new one, the pink one, which they told me not to do the video on. I'll go grab it real quick. So I got this one in the mail, and I wanted to do a video on it, but I was told not to after I got it. And it's the same blaster, just with a bullpup kit on it. And this works really freaking well. And the only difference is I put on that other B car on it, and it's super accurate, and they're great. I just don't know if I would recommend picking one up, because I think this was like, I think Black Raisins sold this kit, and they wanted like $700-800. It was more expensive than the metal one that made it look like a grease gun. This is, again, yeah, this is a toy. Let me put the orange thing. It's a foam dart blaster. And also, this kit, I don't know what kind of plastic it's made out of, but it feels like it's going to break if I squeeze it too hard. If this thing drops once, I think it's toast. I think you could actually snap the front grip off if you really tried. But, I mean, it works. It's not terrible. I like it. I like this piece the most. Oh, this is real cool. This could go on a lot of blasters. But, I mean, How did the mag release in this thing work? Oh, that's... I thought that was connected to something. Maybe it wasn't. Yeah, that's why I sold the other one, is because, like, I just didn't need it. I don't need to have two of these things. I barely needed one. And so this is already pretty much there, and if I needed to convert this back into an original one, I can. There's nothing stopping me. But, yeah, let's put a bright blue mag on this. But then I was told not to do the video on it, so that's weird. Super nice, though. Super, super nice. I just wish... I wish I had more. This feels worse than 3D printed. Like, I'm legit worried that if I just went like that with my hand, I could snap this grip right off. It doesn't feel very safe. It could be really good, but it would be a hard thing for me to recommend to anybody. And at the price point they allegedly wanted, I mean, I'm good. Would I recommend inverted scales? With the 77, the BK1, because you got to remember, I got the inverted scales first, then I got the BK1S. The inverted scale still had its use, but when you compare, like, see, that's the rough part. You compare the inverted scales, the kit that I had, the metal front end, but the 3D plastic stock. It was like $400 something. I think it was low 400s though, right? I don't think it was, I think it was like low 400s. It wasn't high 400s. High 400s, there's no way, buy a Sweetheart Storm. Well, that's not fair, because the Sweetheart Storm is a nightmare to do maintenance on. This isn't. I don't know. But nowadays, do you need something that hits less? Buy a PK1S. Do you need something that hits harder? It's not perfect, but I'd still recommend the 77 over it. I think the 77 is going to be that blaster. The 77 can hit basically as hard as, and that's like maxed out, but I think it can basically hit as hard as a Sweetheart Storm. The Sweetheart Storm can hit above 300. Mine, I think, is like 280. I'd have to really check it. I'm actually worried. I'm gonna go crony it. It's gonna be like 200. I mean, like, I can't take this thing apart to service it, and it's traveled around with me and done all sorts of things. But if it still hits like the 280, which I think mine did, it'll be like, yeah, that's real good. Do you have a use? Do you need to hit over 250? If you say yes, you still gotta wonder. It's like, I would almost rather take my chances with lightweight darts in the 77 at max power and hit around 250, as opposed to, and let's say it's a 300 FPS cap. I would still probably rather spend the $200 on the 77 and run that with lightweight darts than I would be to spend the 550 plus tax and shipping on a Sweetheart Storm and run that. I think the 77 is 9/10 of the way there, but I think that last 10th they didn't do, that invalidates the previous 9, is the way I would put it. It is so close to being a good blaster. But do you need burst fire? I'm going to tell you straight up, none of these blasters fire fast enough that I think burst fire is useful. Do you need full auto even? I would not run full auto on any of these things. None of them. Magazines are not big enough. And if you just give it full auto and you hand it to somebody, I didn't tell those dudes it had full auto until that thing was in my hands and I was packing it away. I said, oh, by the way, it does full auto, and empty a mag. If you hand this to somebody and they run it dry, and they run it, like, you could, every single dry fire could snap your blaster and break it. So I don't think they even need full auto. Which is why I think the Quick Edge is like the best it's ever been. It's not perfect, far from it, but if you could get that working the way it's supposed to every time, I would say just get that. Get a Mythic Drum. I have 3 of them. I feel like I followed directions exactly. None of my Mythic Drums work. None of them. I have 3 of them. I was gonna do a video. None of them worked. They are either sprung too strong or sprung too light. And I followed the directions exactly to the point where I did it multiple times. What would I mod on a Siren Blink, Christian? It already does everything you need it to. What more could a Siren Blink need to do? With the right mods, I actually agree, because with this short of a barrel, this barrel is extremely short. It is one of the shortest Springer barrels I have ever seen. With that short of a barrel, it's already doing 250. I'm pretty sure. It's been a little while since I've cronied it at full power. It's almost there. And at that point, it's like, I don't know if I could recommend this. I'm very glad I have it. I want to do a video on it, and I might just do a video on it just for, you know, the coolness factor of it. This does have a really good trigger. It's not even perfect. The trigger on this, even if it worked flawlessly, this trigger is awful. Straight up. It is terrible. Even the trigger on the quick edge, because it has so much give, it's pretty bad. If you've never used a Sweetheart Storm, it's like the most simple trigger that a trigger can be, and it's so freaking good it isn't funny. When I was talking to Hawkeye, I was trying to come up with a design for a trigger pack for flywheel blasters where you could adjust. The closest thing I could think of is like the trigger on the motor tier, the thing that Domashevsky made, where it's like, it's literally a micro switch with a lever on it that when you press that, it revs, and then the entire micro switch with the thing is on another micro switch. So when you press in that lever, it revs, and when you pull the whole thing backwards with your finger, it fires. Something like that, but on a pivot with adjustable springs. And him and I were going through, like, I wanted to make something that was like a drop-in for a bunch, like, not only was a drop-in for like a Stryfe or something, but a drop-in for any blaster. Because so little is done with blaster triggers. Like, even this one, it actuates there. So, if I do it right here, that's where it activates, and then it can still go back almost double the distance. It's awful. It's squishy. It's awful. You can overshoot it. It's kind of hard to get like that maximum reset on it. With a Sweetheart Storm, it's so easy to find. And like, the only thing is, I wish it had a tiny amount of take up. I wish that micro switch would move ever so slightly before pressing in the lever all the way. And if you could adjust that, I think that would be a product that people would like, because none of these blasters do triggers right. That's why when I got the Awaken, I spent so much time talking about it has the best trigger of any blaster I've ever used. It is flawless. This trigger on everything, please. It's the perfect size, perfect shape, perfect amount of weight. I love it. And if you think I'm being autistic about it, look at firearm triggers. Look how much money people pay just to get slightly better feeling triggers. And even then, there are people who don't like those triggers because they don't like the weight of the trigger pull or whatever. It's something that I think needs a little bit more care put into it, but you're obviously limited by, like, what you have. Except for, I don't know why this trigger, I don't know why it's designed that way. I would love to figure out, I would love to pick his brain on why he chose to do the trigger that way. Doesn't play with real steel, and trigger feel is a big, isn't that big of a deal to them. That's fine. I get that. I just feel like we could do. We're still fighting blasters that have terrible ergonomics. Like, this is good-ish. Actually, no, it's awful. It's not awful. I'm gonna switch it. I know, it's like, oh, you're gonna stop streaming 2 hours ago. I know. Notice that, like, this is not the worst, but the problem is, look at that edge. Like, so, it's obviously thicker down here than it is up here. Your hand, you need something to hold on to, but since your finger has to reach forward to grab, you want this to be thinned out, because if your finger has to, like, wrap around something thick, like, you don't have a big, huge bulge right there, because that would just be awful for your finger. Notice it thins out. It even has, like, a little shelf right there, right? But it's a hard line edge, so when you grab this thing and the webbing of your hand grabs, you're hitting two big, huge, awful contact points that just feel terrible. Like, it's a minor inconvenience at best, but if I was running around with this thing all day, that would this edge right here, it needs to be round because there's a hard edge right there. I don't know what this cutout right here is supposed to be because you don't interact with that in any way. But I'm wrapping my hand, like maybe if you have bigger, even if you had bigger hands, that's still, who wants a squared edge there? That's the reason why the Mauler grip is so awful, is because it's squared. Why do we do that? It doesn't have to be super complicated because this is a standard grip, right? Been making this stuff since like the freaking 70s, and it's not even really thinned out. It's thinned out a little bit, and yet it's extremely comfortable. There's a reason why this is a standard, because it's comfortable. And if I want something with more of a dovetail, I want individual finger. Oh yeah, let's. Oh, hold on. I gotta go grab my favorite thing. Where is it? Ah. Unfortunately, I had to murder this grip to get it on this blaster. But you want to see my favorite grip? Check this out. This is this grip, theoretically, will fit on the 77. But I had to cut out and Dremel a ton of it for it to fit on the Saber because it didn't work. You see that shelf? So you see that individual finger choil right there, and that shelf for your... It is so comfy. Like, this is squared off, don't get me wrong, but it's just kind of there. Like, notice it's round back here farther. So I don't feel that edge at all. And I get that beautiful thumb. This thing feels so good in the hands, man. Like, this is I need to figure out where I bought this stupid grip from because it's so good. It's perfect. I love it. I don't remember where I bought it. I do remember it being frighteningly expensive though. And then I have just a crappy worker foregrip on it because this thing is like heavy enough that I wanted the purchase of a vertical grip. Heavier weight spring, like I don't like vertical foregrips on springers or angled foregrips on springers. I like something that I can get a little bit more purchase on. So I don't think I got this off Evike. I'm pretty sure I bought, but it's so nice. It is the comfiest. Now, if you're left-handed, go screw yourself. I can't help you there. But I would love to put that grip on the 77. It is really, really nice. But that's just a standard. That's about as standard as a standard can get. It's comfy. I don't know. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. So if I look at something like the Rapid Strike, I just thrifted this one. It was $13. But it's a Raptor Strike or Stratohawk, whatever it is. This is no thinning, so it's uniform throughout. It does have cutouts for your finger, so that's somewhat good. The problem with this grip, the same thing with the Stryfe grip, is when you grab it, notice the meat of my hand down here has nothing to touch. It's not great. You can use it. At least it has a dovetail. This is mandatory. You gotta have a dovetail. But yeah, it's like, it's not nearly as nice as it could be. Now, it's made for kids. Well, it's fine for adults too. It could be slightly more comfortable. And I think they realized that because they filled that in with the Stryfe. But yeah, it's like, it's not terrible, but little things. Like, if this cutout went all the way around and this was just slightly thicker, because your fingers are going to grab that, the ball of the grip is going to go into the meat of your hand, and of course something down here, so if I'm holding the blaster one-handed, my meat isn't being like squished, right? It's more actually firmly grabbing something, because you're putting a lot on that with those fingers and that ball right there. You kind of need to have good stuff on that, especially if you're one-handing it. We can look at, should probably finish this. The Venom, right? Like, it's a bit thicker. Notice how it thins out up top. Notice how it's flat. Notice how it's also smooth right there and it has a dovetail. Like, it works. It's not, oh, it's got a battery in it, cool. It's not the best. It also has to deal with having a mag inside of it, so it's whatever, but it's not terrible. Trigger is... It's... Unfortunately, the trigger pulls all the way back instead of pivoting, so it's awful to use, but again, I don't really care. This is... It's meant to just dump darts and be a thing. But there is some amount of detail put into that. They can't really bulge this out because then you have to have bigger hands. But we can also look at the exact opposite with, oh my god, this thing's so comfy. This is more of a rifle style instead of a pistol grip, but just the way that feels, like it doesn't have a dovetail. It doesn't really need one because you're going to be going like that anyway. But like, this is comfy. It could be comfier, but it's still comfy. It could have more meat down back here. It could have, like, usually you want for this finger, because this finger does a lot of work, you want a shelf for that. But, yeah, it can get there. One of my least favorite things about the Firefly, there's one sitting over there, but they will automatically demonetize for me. It looks like a firearm. It's not a great grip, and I kind of wish with the Swin one they would have redesigned the grip a little bit. They didn't. I can't really fix that. It's important to me because, like, you figure this stuff out when you use stuff for a while. That's why we mod. That's why we took the effort to cut grips off things and put them on other things. Because it's just not comfy. And it could be comfier. Everybody's opinions are going to change. One of the biggest things that people like, oh, I like, you know, going into real steel. I like folding stocks on ARs because I can get the perfect length. And I believe it was Forgotten Weapons where he said we took 30 rifles from a whole match and lined them up, and everybody had the stock pretty much at the same point. The folding stock, or the sliding stock on a buffer tube, isn't really meant for custom elbow pit, I guess. So if I look at, like, the 77, it's several inches too short. Unfortunately. You can still use it, but it's not as comfortable. Oh. Maverick grip is goated. Are we back? Okay. Maverick grip is goated, but you can see, like, even with the 77, length of pull, like, if I grab this, there's several inches here. You could use it. It's okay. If I do, I mean, bullpups are bullpups. Please don't break. Please don't break. Length of pull, the opposite. It's several inches too long. And that also complicates things, but this is a conversion kit, so of course it's not going to do that. Honestly, the Saber is pretty decent. It's a couple inches too short, but it's closer than that. And you can see me have to scrunch up a little bit. You can see where my cheek, like, I can't get a proper cheek weld on it. I have to kind of scrunch up. You don't really use a cheek weld in Nerf anyway, but, like, that's an issue. And what's a good, well, I mean, the Rapid Strike is actually really freaking close, I think. I'm pretty sure the Rapid Strike at proper full extent, yeah, look how close that is. It's just about perfect. There's a reason why people love this blaster. It's pretty much, and this one is actually, I think, is it adjustable? No, it's just in and out. So if you're a kid, that's probably fine. If you're an adult, that's perfect. There's no person I think that's, oh, it's too short. No, it's like maybe half an inch to an inch too short. It's fine. Even has place right there. You can choke up on it. Get a nice cheek weld. It's good. Grip kind of sucks. Foregrip kind of sucks. It's way too wide. That's the problem with this. Like, I'm an adult, at least on paper, and that's an issue. But I mean, everybody's gonna have, like, you think it's one of those things where it's like everybody's gonna have a preference, and trust me, everybody does have a preference, but there are rules, and those are being ignored. Those rules are not being utilized, and it's not hard. Taffy and Silly have both figured this out. They made the grip, and they're like, this works, and they never needed to really re-engineer it. It's thin at the top, fat at the bottom. That's all it needs to be. I feel like I'm talking about my ideal woman here, but you get it. The M20 is a bit short. A lot of their more recent designs have longer sides. And yeah, it is short. I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's not bad. I was playing with this earlier, and I'm like, yeah, that's usable. I've never been upset of this blaster. I really liked this. My problem is things like swapping out the spring on this are needlessly complicated, and you have to buy an $80 part to do it effectively. The stock, yeah, it could be an inch longer, maybe 2 inches. Everybody always wants another inch or two, though. And other than that, I love how uniform. It's a brick. You collapse this in, you take out the barrel, it's a brick. I like that. I like that design. I really do like that design. And it just amazes me how it's like, this is so close. I don't... Is that a... Do I have a buffer tube stock around here? So I saw... Yeah, here's one. I'm going to take this off. I saw... Please tell me this is the right size. Oh, hell yeah. That you can print out a piece, or there is a 3D printed piece, that turns this into a buffer tube. And I want to see if this stuff... It might. It does. There's a little bit of wiggle. Honestly, it's... No, that locks in. If I hold this up like that, it locks in. Why is this not a buffer tube from the get-go? Even, like, fully collapsed in, that's better. If I go like that, like... There's notches on it. I'm trying to figure out where the notch is, and... Like, it's so close. Like, that'd be so much better. Oh, crap, I kind of need that rubber pad. I get that, and they couldn't make this bigger, because then it would just snap off. But I do feel like it was silly to not, like, one more little piece to make this a buffer tube. Well, he happened to machine a tube, which you could tell, you could feel. There's it's like a vinyl record, you can feel it. He matched it pretty perfectly. I just feel like having the extra, like, plastic piece to put a rail on, like, I don't get it. Because that would have went so much better. This is a joke. This is disrespectful. Does it work? Yeah. Do you want it to? No. Like, it'd be worth the extra $10 to just have this be a plastic piece that locks into the back here. That's a buffer tube. And I mean, there's somebody, they've already made, like, I think it's a ring that goes around here and then has the buffer tube blocking points on it. Because obviously a buffer tube will fit. I was thinking this was too thick for a buffer tube, but no, it's perfect. Which now makes me have more questions. And I think that's a huge downside. Like, this is a hard sell. It's really... It's awful. And this thing actually has recoil, too. You might be right. J-Ro, I thought about it, and because of my preconceived notion... Yeah, because of my preconceived notion that a buffer tube doesn't fit stock around this... I think the threads are different. Yeah, the threads are different. It has a built-in spring spacer. That's another reason why I can't do that. There's actually a lip in here. The threads are completely different. Or not. Hold on. No. I probably don't want to try that too much, huh? I can ruin the threads. It looks very similar. It looks... here, I got a plastic one. Oh, that one won't work with the spring. No, the threads are different. I mean, this is a standard airsoft one right here. The threads are different. Thank you. I have to add that to my video. I can't believe it. Okay, Dorian, I get it. I don't own an AR. I don't know why, and now they're illegal in my state. I was planning on getting one, I just haven't found the right one, and now they're gone. And when they were gone, I didn't really have the money to blow on an AR. I actually wonder, it might not be, I need to look it up. I wonder if that Bond Arms lever, I wonder if that's, I think it's Californian compliant, so it should be Washington compliant. Yeah, they completely made them illegal in Washington. Stupid. It's actually dumb. There's gun laws that don't make any sense. And they sold a lot of them before the law kicked in. The funniest part about that, though, is like my lever action, they did a magazine law, too. So you can't have magazines over 10 rounds. Just like California. Because gun violence doesn't exist in gun violence is really bad in California. I don't know what the heck they're talking about. Anyway. Point being, my lever action holds 18 rounds, I'm pretty sure. So, and that's fine. So I wonder if the Bond Arms lever action is, Washington legal. It's great, I'll never get the shotgun I want because of Washington law. Oh, semi-auto? Did they ban semi-auto shotguns or something? There was a 9mm, I think it looked like I saw it on Instagram about a year ago now. I'm sure they're way more popular now. There's it looks like a Thompson. You could get like a 100-round 9mm drum or something like it. Pistol grip shotguns. They're illegal? I had no idea. It's dumb. These gun laws are stupid. They don't make any sense. What possible way could you be like, oh yeah, pistol grip shotguns illegal. Standard hunting shotgun, fine. They're the same thing. It just cancels out a bunch of extra models. That's the thing with like the Bond Arms lever one, is that it's a rifle style stock and it's a lever action, but it uses AR mags, but if it's not over 10 rounds, I'm pretty sure that makes it a Washington legal, because it's not semi-auto, even though you can run that thing as fast as you want to. Oh, you want a KSG. Ooh, I've handled one of those. I'm not sure if I'm a fan. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Second Amendment. I'm not as stupid. I'm not like, shall not be infringed. I'm not like that. If you are, I'm not trying to talk smack to you. I do think that there are good reasons to have laws. I'm not one of the... I don't want the government knowing how many firearms I have. I'm gonna fight back. No, I'm fine. If I have to sign papers, if I have to get tax stamps, tax stamps are a different issue, but anyway, if I could get the stuff I wanted, because I have no plans of ever not being a law-abiding citizen, I have a clean record, and I'm 35 years old almost. I'm pretty sure I'm safe. But anyway, if I have a clean record, I want to use these, and really all I want it for is a toy to do target shooting, and because I like fancy mechanical things, that's what I think about when it comes to firearms. I think of target shooting. My favorite game on my Quest is still that, like, Gun Club VR or whatever. It's literally just shooting targets. My favorite arcade game of all time is Police Trainer. Or Point Break. I don't need to, like, Area 51 is not as good as Police Trainer. I can play Police Trainer for hours. All I want a arcade 1-up that is a Police Trainer. The closest thing I can get is the arcade 1-up Time Crisis, and I only want the 1-up arcade Time Crisis one because it has Point Break on it. That's the only reason. Because I love Point Break a lot. I just don't want to blow $700 on one. I almost want to start a freaking stream goal to get the Point Break one and put it back there. It's all tax deductible for the set, but I want that Time Crisis one for Point Break because it's as close as I'll get to Police Trainer, and that's what I like target shooting. I like getting better at a skill. It's not about, you know, the Time Crisis part where you shoot terrorists. No, I don't care about that. I want to shoot targets. I want to have fun, creative ways to shoot targets. That's what I want to do. So I'm fine. If I could get the things I want, I'm almost fine with the tax stamp thing. My problem with the tax stamp thing is it takes too dang long. I also don't think you should need to have a tax stamp multiple times over for multiple different things on one firearm. I don't think that's fair. But I'm not against this stuff because, again, I'm not one of those people who are like, oh, God, they don't need to know how many firearms I have. I'm going to take off the government. They treat me wrong. No, that's stupid. You're dumb. I'm sorry. I don't feel like that's a hot take. If they want to know, they're going to know. You have no chance. That might have been something you could say in the 80s. You can't say it anymore because now you could barely even run past a frickin' red light without getting a frickin' email the next day telling you ran a red light, you need to pay $110. I really wish, like, I'm for sensible gun control. I'm not for nonsensical gun control. And unfortunately, I would say every single law I've seen in Washington about gun control in the last 5 years is nonsense. That's me. You need a scream goal for the tank. I mean, I'm still thinking about that. Better than Area 51. Area 51 isn't even like the top 10. Well, the whole point of the $200 tax stamp was freaking 50 years ago. They thought that'd be an insurmountable thing. I guess it wasn't even 50 years ago. It was like 30 years ago. It's obviously not, though. No, yeah, that's what Carl, so Point Break is the same thing. Except for it's all timed target shooting with a score. It's hilariously fun. It's very kiddish. There's no violence. You shoot targets. You shoot, like, bumblebees or hornets. You gotta shoot there's a hive and there's bumblebees and hornets. You gotta shoot the hornets, not the bumblebees. Stuff like that. Stupid stuff. Police trainers, like, what, shooting orbs and targets and, like, there are, like, very polygonal, basic, like, hostage things. But again, that's the same thing. You're shooting a target. I love those games. That's I would do dirty things for a Police Trainer stand-up arcade machine. The next best thing is a Point Break, or arcade 1-up. I can think of at least one person that should never own a firearm. That's I think their firearms are not for everybody, and they shouldn't be for everybody. Just like driving. Driving is not a right, it's a privilege, and we are slowly, grossly undermining that. That's cool, Carl. Still waiting on the approval of a 410 SBR AR stamp. It just takes too damn long, man. It takes too long. There are things I've wanted to buy. Like, oh, I want a suppressor. Now, suppressors are stupid expensive because they only make so many of them. Because they don't have a reason to make a lot of them. Because everybody needs on top of your, $400 to $1,000 suppressor, you need to have a $200 tax stamp and wait 18 months. But, man, I want to play Point Break so badly right now. That's all I want to do. We're going on a field trip. the round one in Issaquah, the south, I don't remember the name of the mall, the big mall, the giant mall, the mall that's still actually a mall. Not the South Hill Mall, round one. That one is dead. But the Issaquah one has Point Break. Have they? I don't know why suppressors need a tax stamp. They're safety equipment. It's stupid, dude. Same reason like nunchucks and Chinese throwing stars or shuriken. The reason why those are illegal in some. So Balisong, Butterfly, OTFs, all those. It's all stupid because they saw a movie once in the frickin' 70s and 80s and they decided to outlaw it because it's so dangerous. Like, you can't tell me that makes sense, man. I don't feel like that's a hot take. I don't feel like somebody could be like, oh yeah, no, these gun laws make sense, because remember when they banned nunchucks and throwing stars? Oh, those were a menace. They were everywhere on the streets. People were kung fu fighting all over. Everybody was... I hate laws, man. That's like, they just make no sense. Make them make sense. I read a piece a couple of months ago saying their goal is to get it down to 6 to 8 weeks. That would be acceptable. I bet you that makes suppressors a lot more accessible. Goes through Portland, ridiculously makes laws strict. Yeah. Honestly, I think... I feel like Australia is a weird place. It's obvious... There's a lot to do with the culture. I feel like it's actually important to say. Like, there's a lot to do with culture. American culture is effed. Maybe getting rid of them is fair, because we can't handle it, but we'll find more creative ways to cause mayhem. I don't hear of a lot of horrible crime issues in Australia. I obviously don't live there or pay much attention to it, but I have dabbled. And Australia seems pretty okay in ways. There's a lot of political corruption. I'm sure there's a lot of that everywhere. But there's a lot in Australia that's just happening right in front of people's faces. But then they do things like, oh, your NERF blaster is now a registered firearm. That's redonkulous. But there's other places. Britain, you don't really have gun violence, but my God, do you have every other type of violence? And you could realistically say, like, well, I'd rather be stabbed than shot, Walcom. Fair enough. Fair enough. It's a lot easier to defend yourself untrained with a firearm than it is to learn how to knife fight. I don't think that's a hot take. And considering how bad knife violence and other atrocities, maybe less people die. I'm sure a lot of people don't want to still deal with it, and I don't know. I didn't look that far into it, but it's enough to make me wary. Then again, I've also rarely been touched by gun violence in my life. I'm quite privileged for that, I guess. I can't wait for that to go wrong. But I feel like this is gonna sound wrong. That episode of Kino's Journey where everybody's armed, I still feel like there's a lot to be said there. I'm not saying absolutely everybody has to, but I still feel like in that, if you watch that episode of Kino, I forget what one it is. It's in the recent one though. Is there multiple Kino's Journey? I think there was an OVA. Anyway, it makes a lot of sense. Cause the dude tries to rob Kino, and everybody, including the old women, have crossbows and revolvers and rifles, and they teach him real quick. And I mean, on a fantasy paper, that sounds like a great idea, but I also don't expect, my grade school teachers don't need to have firearms. They don't. It's ridiculous. The fact that we have to deal with that as a country is obnoxious. And would getting rid of firearms prevent that? Probably. And it's not like firearms are that integral to my life, but I also, again, don't want to be robbed at knife point and be like, oh crap, I can't knife fight this guy. I'm 200 pounds overweight. I'm not gonna win. I don't want to deal with this. And especially if you're a woman, that's even worse. It's a very dumb world we live in where this is even a problem, and unfortunately I fall on the side where I think firearms are an equalizer. You don't have to be trained in a firearm to negate a threat. I think they're a great deterrent, and I think we should spend a lot more time teaching people the importance of firearm safety and stuff when we were a proper country and did those things. And I feel like there's a lot of steps we could do to make those better. In a perfect world, none of this would have to happen. But we don't live in even remotely close to a perfect world. Evil exists everywhere, and I wish it didn't, and I wish we could solve that. And I mean, even if it was like, yeah, if we get rid of these things, it'll be foolproof. Well, I'm not disagreeing with you, but there are places where it hasn't been foolproof, and it can still be bad, and you can still make arguments, and we can move goalposts back and forth all freaking day instead of actually playing soccer. I just feel like that there is inherent good to things, and I do believe those things should be like, there's ways to have the cake and eat it, and we just need to teach people how to eat the cake properly. And if we have laws that can make that, even better. Not, oh, you can't have a pistol grip on a shotgun. What sense does that make? If you want to tell me what sense that makes, fine. It's the same rule as nunchucks, though, and those are illegal in Washington as well. At least they were at one point. I know balisongs are. Make something foolproof or they make a better fool. Isn't that the most truest thing ever, Panda? As a teacher, I don't trust teachers to carry school. I don't either. And it's one of those things where it's like, the school thing is horrible. I didn't have to go. We had a threat or two. But I do know there's been quite a few of them, even around Washington. There's been quite a few. I wish it wasn't, it doesn't need to be a thing. There's no reason. But the other problem, the other side of that coin, is that these are unprotected places that people know that there won't be opposition is the word I'm looking for. And people are, I guess the word of the bad way of saying, are down bad enough that they see that, I mean, 9 times out of 10 when these things happen, it happens in these places that are, they know there's not going to really be any opposition. And I think there's ways to fix that. The leader of the ATF isn't a firearm, although, duh, obviously not, Carl. Combat shotguns are too based for Washington. I don't think it's a combat, like, we use the term assault rifle, and people hate that. They hate that word. Oh, AR doesn't say, I'm not saying that AR stands for that. The reason why it just works as a terminology is because of video games. It just works, like, because there's multiple different types of things, and calling them all one thing would be dumb. So we can call different things, like we can rifle, assault rifle, DMR, you burst. Like, I guess that would technically be the combat rifle, but you get it. Like, it's all video game term. When I say something like that in a Nerf video, right? Like, I think I've done it. It's just because, like, this is huge. This is big. This is a foam flinger, blah, 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 bullpup. Like, this would be, I would classify this as an assault rifle. Assault blaster. It's just a term because it fits a certain thing. And when you talk about something like the AR platform, it's like, how many different freaking ways can you run those things? Like, they don't fit into one category, but I don't know. It's just one of those things. I keep a large wrench at my desk at school. I'm going to start calling it opposition. That's a good name. You got to do like the double D, where you have a name tag, a name tag on everything and just have that say opposition. Nerf Pro straight talons or dart zone talons? I think dart zone talons. Barrett is making a bolter IRL. I saw that. Hey, Sills, why is that gun laws are restricting the people that follow the rules and the laws protecting privacy and phone numbers are gone? Scammer heaven. Who's winning? I know, right? We were talking about that before. It used to be illegal for you to get unsolicited calls on your mobile device, and it was absolutely 100% illegal to get text messages. that went out the window sometime recently. I don't know why. I haven't looked into it. I assume that that law was just, oh, we're done. Everybody gets unlimited everything, so why make this a law? Har, har, har. Annoying. Very. God, Solanus, you gotta come over, hang out sometime. It's been a while. I got a couch for you. I know you got a life, kids. Yeah, exactly, homely. So at what point did we just go, okay, no, you know all these scammers and everything? Like, go ahead, scammers. Swindle my grandma out of $4,000 in Amazon gift cards. Freaking joke. Dude, I've legit, like, I don't even have a voicemail. I disabled it. There's no point. Because I get like 4 voicemails a day and they're all scammers. The law didn't change, it's just cheaper for them to pay the fines. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're actually 100% right, Ariel. Every realtor wants to buy my house and won't stop texting me. I wonder. I don't know. I just, things are getting worse. I don't feel like we're doing, I don't think like we're doing enough with the good stuff, you know? I think there are legitimately good things. We were homely. This has just gone on so long. I don't even care anymore. I'm so hungry, but I don't care anymore. Homely and I were talking about like just, and it came up earlier in the streams, like how toxic the internet is now. I watched a video earlier today, a couple, but I wanted to know how to pan-sear already cooked shrimp. You buy pre-cooked shrimp frozen from the store. I wanted to know, because I'm not ashamed to admit that I've been unable in my life to properly pan-sear shrimp. So I want to make, because the wife said that she wanted to do some cleaning tomorrow, and I'm like, oh, thank God. I'll cook dinner, and I want to make sure it's cooked right. And so to make my shrimp fettuccine, I wanted to learn how to pan-sear shrimp. And I looked in the comment section, because my brain has been conditioned to do that all the time now, and every step of that process, there was some bellend in assaulting the, I mean, I notice it too, all over, especially the siren posting my damn face everywhere across Facebook, Twitter, everywhere. I never agreed to this. That, you would not believe the comments. People with their full names, faces, where they work, who they're engaged to, married to, or honestly, let's be fair, a lot of them were single, are saying about somebody they have literally no idea of, and let's be honest, this is not my ego flaring up, would skin me alive and wear me as a fat suit to have half the stuff I do. They say the most vile stuff you could imagine. They would never say that to my face. They would, actually, some of them are probably unhinged enough they would. And not like I would do anything because I don't care. But the stuff people, it's just insane. Playing video games, like, people are so toxic. There's, like, I was talking about, like, because I was playing a ton of Deadlock, and man, that game's so unfun now, because it seems like every single match, there's somebody who rage quits, there's somebody who leaves, there's somebody who just decides, oh, I'm gonna make my problems everybody else's problems before we even play the video game, and I'm gonna ruin this match for everyone. And like, yeah, it sucks. Now I'm gonna waste 25, 30 minutes of my life while this guy throws a fit, and it's not like we can win without him unless somebody on the enemy team throws a fit, and most of the time they don't. So it's like any like League of Legends, it's like any other, even if you play super high ranked League of Legends, there's still going to be people like, I'm good enough, I'm mad, I'm going to throw, I'm going to do this, I'm going to cause my problems to be everybody else's problems, I'm not a team player. And it's like, holy crap, right? Why? But then I was also like, well, I've been playing a lot of RuneScape past year. People are amazing in that game. Now granted, like, it was bad when I was a kid, there were a lot of scammers, I was, you know, I remember vividly a time I was buying, I think it was U logs, and I traded and they were Willow logs, and I overpaid for my Willow logs because the person knew they looked almost identical, and they swapped them out, and instead of paying the 30K for the whatever amount of willow or willow logs, I paid 100 something thinking they were yew logs, and they weren't. But like when playing RuneScape, it's like, holy crap, this is like the nicest community I remember like when I was just sitting there killing goblins outside of Lumbridge, as you do, there was somebody, like I was looking at my health, it was low. There's somebody like, oh my God, trade me, you're gonna die. I was like, no, I'm fine, dude, it's okay. I was grinding Warrior Guild tokens to do something. There was a dude in the Warriors Guild next to the animated armor thing, just sitting there talking to people. This is not a high volume area, and there's hundreds of worlds in RuneScape. This is just one dude on one random world sitting there talking smack and yet buffing you. That's what he did. Because like my name is Let's Hit Rocks. And so he started riffing on my name. yeah, I like hitting rocks. That's what I do. And they're like, hey, turn on assistance in your menu. And they buffed me, and they were there for hours doing that. The entire time I was there grinding out Warrior Guild tokens, they were there with everybody who walked up, just tried to start up a conversation, buffing them, had nothing better to do. I was like, wow, that's like the last game I think I played. You go do forestry. Go hit maples outside of Camelot in RuneScape on a forestry world. There's hundreds of people there, and the conversations are hilarious. It's like, I miss that. Hey, you play any other? I've played so many MMOs. I've played so many. And unless you like force yourself into a guild, and even then, you rarely interact with anyone anymore. There's some like games where you can literally join a group, run through a dungeon, and never say a word. And here's RuneScape, the most solo-friendly video game, like MMORPG there is, and people just won't shut the heck up. And there's bad out there, yeah, like, but there's also a lot of good, a lot of fun. Fallen Earth, that was the Fallout one, right? I remember that. Social media's biggest accomplishment was making the truly psychotic dirtbag types feel comfortable enough to express it whenever they wanted. Dude, there was a guy, I don't want to talk about this because I had no problems with the dude, and I wasn't around for this exchange. But, like, he made a pretty, ostentatious, a pretty absurd blaster build for HVZ one year, and the next year it had evolved even further. And I was like, that dude's freaking cool. He's having the time of his life. And apparently he got banned literally everywhere because he was talking about doing horrible things to people who were entering the country. And it's like, you psycho. You had it all, and you threw it away for nothing. Like, nobody needed to hear that. You knew it was wrong to say it. I don't know why you did. And I thought what you did was cool, and now I can't associate with you in any way. And I was other than, like, I'm glad I didn't put a video out on your stuff, even though I wanted to, because you were making cool stuff. You were having fun. Everybody liked it. Like, why did you have to go do that, man? It sucks. And it's like, there should be consequences, and there was. The guy got banned pretty much everywhere, and I haven't heard of him since, and I don't even know if he still flings foam. Which, he was good at it, man. Why do we have to ruin this stuff? Why can't we just... You know, everybody says stuff they regret, but it's like, my goodness, social media has ruined it. And it's like, we can do better. It doesn't have to be like this. The internet was always a pretty toxic place. I mean, yeah. Every other ad on my Facebook feed is you or Drake. Yeah, I see Drake all the freaking time. I see myself all the time, which is really weird. And all the comments under mine. I think Drac got a couple of jabs on him, but my goodness, people were... It's because of the face. I want to point out, none of my beard goes on my neck. I got a short neck. I'm like strong man. Got a tiny neck. Got a pretty big beard. It's not a neck beard. There's comments. I didn't even delete them. I don't know what happened to them. Maybe they got auto-filtered, or maybe the person's like, man, maybe I should obsess over some other dude's hygiene over the internet. But he's like, could you please get a freaking haircut? I don't care how much I like your videos. I hate your face. I hate your scraggly beard. I hate your stupid long hair with all tangled. Get a haircut. Get your beard trimmed and shaped, or stop posting on the internet. And it's like, wow, dude, you're unhinged. I every morning brush my hair, 10, 20 minutes. It takes a long time. I will sit there and just ask the wife. I take as good of care as I can. Beard, I brush it every day. Unfortunately, throughout the day, I'm playing with it. It's like, yeah, it gets misshapen. I've already went to a men's barber shop and been like, yeah, can we do something about that? Like, just throw it out, man. Like, it's not there yet. This is like 4 years. This is the best I can do. I don't have it down to my nipples. Like, this is it's not going to get better. But for my mental health, seeing this is better than seeing fat Matt Damon with a triple chin. That's why I did it. And I kept it shaved because I couldn't grow it out. I don't know where the tipping point was. There's obviously a point where I had no beard, had some beard, but it was splotchy, and then had beard. There was a point there, and that's what happened. I like the beard too. I don't know, man. It's all frustrating. These don't need to be this way. This hobby was so much fun. I loved everybody. I'd go to everywhere, try to go as far as I can, because I love the hobby, I love the people in it, and now it's like, oh my god, I don't want anything to do with almost anyone. I like my little secret club in my Discord, and even then I'm sitting here like, I need to make this like harder for people to get access to. I'm pretty blessed. I don't have much of wrinkles. I'm starting to get the forehead ones. But I'm like 34, I'm not doing too bad. It's not doing too bad. My hairline might be thinning out a little bit. My brother's going bald. But Grandpa and that whole side of the family, all of them are bald. Except for my uncle, oh god, Dirk. But I just remember, that's a cool name. I don't think I've ever commented on that. That's a name you don't hear anymore. My dad, he had a ponytail into his 50s. He had, we're like a quarter Blackfoot or something like that. I don't know. Like, or my grandma on my dad's side was like, obviously mostly native Blackfoot. My dad had jet black hair, but my face is like a spitting image of his. So I think my brother got more of my grandpa's side, my mom's side, and I got more of the dad's side. He comments all the time. He's like, because I lost my dad about 10 years ago. I was like, the other day at Christmas, I was sitting there like I bought like a Hex Bugs thing for my niece, and I was putting it together with him, and he's like, it's just like Dad Christmas morning playing with you with toys and stuff like that. It's like, I mean, I miss my dad so freaking much. I remember like he'd come to visit for like for Thanksgiving and stuff like that. He obviously didn't want to be around my mom because they were divorced, and he didn't really like the family that much. So like in my tiny little room, I was sitting there playing Lunar 2, and he just opens up the door. And he's like, "Hey kiddo, what you playing?" I'm like, "Oh, it's a new RPG I got from my friend. It's called Lunar 2. I hand him the box. I was borrowing it from my friend Daniel. God, if that dude still has that game, he has no idea how expensive that is now, I'm sure. But anyway, he sat there the whole freaking like 3-4 days. He was there pretty much the entire time, just sitting there watching me play this game. When I went, the last time I think I went with him, because he was a long haul truck driver, I brought Star Ocean 3 till the end of time. And he watched me, like, obviously he was driving, but we'd listen to like audiobooks and stuff. He was big on audiobooks. But when I was playing Star Ocean, almost the entire time I plowed through that game, he was like glancing over at the TV while driving, like listening to it, asking questions and stuff like that. And it's like, man, that guy was so cool. He's still freaking cool. I miss that dude, and I aim to be that dude every day. Except without the divorce thing. Bald genetics for men tend to come from the mother's side. It's linked to the X gene. Good to know. I'm not educated enough to figure that out. Think about giving everyone a... There's so much toxicity IRL. I know, exactly, Classic. I'm not saying... In a fantasy world, it's whatever, but I think the fantasy world would have already weeded out those nut jobs, so... Do you know about a Nerf platform that fits kind of like the VAL roll? Like powerful subsonic large ammunition? I don't... VAL roll? Do I know what a VAL is? I know a VAS. That's the suppressed, like, 9mm Russian rifle, like, submachine gun, whatever it was. I don't know what a VAL is off the top of my head, Orts. It is illegal for a man named Dirk to be bald. He might be balding now. I saw him... It's been like 2 years? It's been a while. I'm not saying to do it because your hair is your choice, but low-key could get your own Jeff Bridges bald head with big beard. I don't think I have a good-looking head. I'm not balding yet. Like, it's a little thin. I don't, like, try to hide. I don't use bangs or anything. I just put my hair back in ponytail. Chef Frog, he was freaking cool. ASVL VAL DMR. Is that the suppressed Russian 9mm thing? More like the VSS. Maybe it was the VSS. I don't know, man. I'm not. It's been a while since I've played a Call of Duty. I usually know I'm pretty okay terminology and stuff like that, but yeah. Just bought a Harrier just to snipe kids on Halloween when they take more than 2. All right, Durfus. Look, man. You do what you want to do, right? But you're gonna get arrested if you do that. I'm just saying. Now, if you want to do it smart, hopefully you have a window or preferably a front door with a window. And what I did, the one time pretty much I was ever able to do Halloween, like handing out candy, because we can't do it around here. I sat there with one of the Buzzbee stickies and a blaster. Or maybe it was a blowgun. It might have been Titan. I don't know. But anyway, when people knocked on the door and yelled trick or treat, I shot the window with a sticky dart. And every single time it freaked them out. That's fun. You can have a bowl there that says take one and have a camera there. And if they do take one, you can shoot the window and scare the bejesus out of them. But if you just shoot... If you fling darts at unsuspecting people, you're going to get arrested, man. You're gonna get the cops called on you. It's literally assault. You're gonna have problems. Yeah, suppressed Russian rifle. That's what I thought. Yeah, I know what that is. Man, you seem like you have no hatters. So cool, guy. No hatters. Dude, somebody, like, I hope you're like 6'7" and 230 pounds of pure muscle, because somebody is gonna rough you up if you're trying that. You might actually it might be worse than what you think. I would not. I would never. I had a Bluetooth speaker and played a super loud fart sound. This guy's, yeah, that's fun. Waiting for a Nerf Pro Maverick. If they were smart, that's what they would do, 33 Legion. Honey, please tell me you started dinner at some point. It's like almost like I need McDonald's or something. Halloween was always my favorite holiday as a kid. It's a shame I've never lived anywhere as an adult where we can trick or treat. Yeah, neither have I, except for Boise, and it was like 1 year, I think. If we're gonna get more Nerf Pro, I think there was Nerf Pro something that was revealed. We're, man, almost October. Here's the thing I'm wondering, right? Are we still gonna get Nerf Rival? I'm actually wondering if I want to do a Nerf Rival video, but I don't know if Nerf Rival's finished yet. A Buzzbee Toys Pro Sentinel. There's no way. If we can get the Twist Fury, we can get a Pro Sentinel. I won't be burning suits. Dude, I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry. I was so hungry 4 hours ago. It was like all the talking just took my stomach's actually growling. I had one thing of ramen, like, at like noon. Nerf Ultra Strike to half dart, but I can't. I have. There was the kit from Kuriaka for the amp. I don't know if he still makes it. I don't know what that person does anymore. I've never really talked to them all that much. But I would assume that could fit in the Strike, right? I'm 15 from Australia. How would I import poor level? Willie, join the Discord. Hopefully somebody else is Australian. I mean, Panda's there. I don't know. I mean, Australia's a big continent. I assume there are ways. I assume they're expensive. I'm not going to lie. They're probably expensive. Wouldn't be surprised if Rival is dead considering Nerf Pro fills their 14 plus foam blaster rule now. Yeah, but people like Rival. Hey, Shine! We should have been done a while ago. I've just been sitting here talking. Oh, and being hungry. Shipping stuff to Australia is very expensive. Yeah, but they can also, like, there are things they can import. Like, there are stores. People like Rival is a waste of Hasbro to make things. Ain't that the truth? Got a new blaster for... It's been a while since we've talked. I am interested. God, it makes me want to grab my javelin. I love my javelin so much. And my frickin' bolt action mortar. Get the Metal Sentinel Breach Instant Pro Sentinel. I have one of those somewhere. I've never touched it. Okay, here's the problem. I am really bad at giving people my Sentinels. I think I only have one Sentinel left, and it's my one in box. I just got a Sentinel from a group thing not that long ago, and I already gave it away. Like, I've given away, I swear to you, probably like 8 to 10 Sentinels. The only one, technically, Valor has one of my Sentinels. He never did the thing. So, I don't know where that's... That's the one I made converted into a, internal mag. I wanted him to pretty it up. Alright, what is that? That looks a lot like the Javelin. But it has a buffer tube. And a push-button mag release. And a claw. Why does it have a claw and a push-button? New Javelin M4. I can... Last time I showed something like this on stream, the community struck me. And it was freaking not even remotely as realistic as that. So I'm not gonna. There's another Javelin. I'm gonna go grab my normal Javelin. Oh, because I have it right where it needs to be. So, I don't know how long his wait times are. And I know he made this better after I got it, which upset me greatly, but this is the best. This is on the top of my list. This, I would not be using a Nexus Pro or a Striker. This is the blaster I would use. It is still the best. It's so good, I wish it was open source. Because more people need to get their hands on this. And he just made another one. So, if you haven't seen my video on it, and trust me you didn't because nobody freaking watched it, this can be replaced with a normal foregrip. I like it because the way I prime, most people want to prime like this. I hate that, which is one of the reasons why I don't like vertical foregrips. One of my favorite grips is the one that's on like the Tryon. This is similar to that. It doesn't have the loop right here to put your finger on, but I use it just like that. Perfectly fine. You can, one screw, break the blaster apart, and there's a pre-compressive spring thing right here that you can dial the spring compression up and down. Try to do this without breaking something. So it's just located on the stock. You just twist it. It's great. Or you can pull it all the way out and pull the spring out. Very good sights. Honestly, I don't know how he did it, but these are like scar sights. They are very good, very accurate. I hate these sights when I see them in video games. I've been using, the footage speaks for itself. They are freaking amazing. I don't know how you did it. It also has an angled pick rail on here for optics, and it's angled down. Length of pole, perfect, literally perfect. I can't show you that. It's got up to a quarter of an inch too long. Everything about this blaster is fantastic, including the prime. That was a little rough, and you can hear some binding because I've used this thing a lot. But I can pinky prime it, and it's hitting like 250 FPS. And yet he made it better. And that's not even the best thing. Look at it. Look at it. See this thing right here? See that? You see that, chat? You pull that out. There's a little. Oh my god. All spare O-rings. All the keys to take the blaster apart. A bottle of lubricant. For what you need it for. Look how thin this thing is. Yeah, that height over bore is a little high. It works. These sights compensate for that perfectly. You can see their rear sight is slightly higher than front sight. Shane has the best kind of autism. And now he made another one. I think the last time I talked to Shane, I was like trying to fix this because I loved it so much. Yeah, I've effed it up. I dropped it and broke the man, you are really not focusing. I broke the mag release, and so I had to glue it back on, and when I glued it back on, I glued the blaster together on accident, and I couldn't figure out how to break it apart. But, yeah. I love this thing. And he made it better. He added more linear rails to the front of it, so it's even smoother. The only thing I don't like is the spring munching up in the back, and I don't know if you can solve that problem, but this is legitimately my favorite pump action magazine fed springer. You didn't watch the video. I'm not going to hold that against you. If you want one, like the biggest downside is that his stuff is so good, he has a very, very long wait list. So I'm more upset that there's an upgrade to this now. I'm hoping it's not much of an upgrade. Coat hanger is very good. It's easier to prime than this and honestly cooler in a lot of ways. I love that the coat hanger doesn't look like, it looks like something from NERF in the 90s. This is more like a firearm sci-fi thing. They're both very similar blasters. There's a reason why it's like, yep, this thing's at the top of my shelf, right next to my my gear, because this is my go-to. This is my favorite. And this is like, I don't even think this is the longest version. This is like the second longest version. I really, really like these blasters, and I wish more people could get their hands on them, because this thing is I just realized my foregrip is breaking. I might have tightened that too much. Yeah, whatever. I can put another one on there. What's your favorite flywheel? Let's be honest, it's probably still the Pew Pew. And the only reason why the Pew Pew, I like it, the only reason I like my Pew Pew is because it does that ridiculous 40 rounds per second, but burst fire. And it's the only blaster I know of that burst fire is like actually the best way to use it. I want a Pew Pew mag and grip, and I still don't have that. Fury X is apparently a December release. Glad to hear it. I'm really hoping that's like the best blaster of the year. I'm gonna hold out. Figuring out what to do for dinner is gonna get In and Out, but F the lines at and Freddy's is closed now. Freddy's. I don't remember In and Out being that expensive. In and Out wasn't bad, I don't think. Posting in Discord. Is he in my Discord? So looking at this thing, he reduced the height over bore. He gave it a buffer tube. Is the rear grip the same? Because this rear grip is exceptionally comfortable. It looks to be about the same, yeah. He made it more AR. He made it more AR. Is that a big height over board? It just certainly looks like it. I don't know what internal changes you've done. I can't show this on camera, guys. You can see the blurry. See it blurred? That's the best I can do. It's gonna, unless you send me one that's like all pink and white, I'm pretty sure they're gonna conk me for it. Underneath the buffer tube is a dial. You twist it, add pre-cut. That's so freaking cool. It's got a frowny face for plus and a happy face for minus. That might work. That's it compared to a Lynx? Is that a standard Lynx? Is that a standard Lynx? If that's a standard Lynx, this thing's tiny. The pic is in the show off channel on my Discord. Well, there you go. That's a standard Lynx. So that thing has to be like, I want to say, like this. It has to be close to about that in length. This is a long boy. If I go grab... All right, the Lynx is a little bit longer than I expected. Granted, this has a peak scar on it, but man, that picture again. Ooh, it's roughly this long. Yeah. Man! What's it hitting? It's just kind of, you're not wrong, Carl. I like how the Javelin, is that the 3, I would assume, or the 2? I like how that kind of looks like a weird scar, not scar. N-Series Sprinter. Mr. X, I'll have a video out on them this week. I actually really like it. I can turn this back on manual or autofocus. Javelin or Kohang? See, that's the thing. I would probably suggest the Javelin. There we go. We're waiting on the Insanely Motorized Mania, Pro Fury X, and 2 Nightmare glow-in-the-dark gel blasters. Yeah, that's, I keep I see, I think it's the Mad Mega or whatever, the boring, the Elizabethan color 72 dart whatever monster. I have one over there. I keep seeing that on store shelves and it looks like the Insanity Mania. How do you like X-Shot Insanity? I need to finish the Horror Fire video. I have the script written, I have the firing footage, chronograph, everything done. I just need to get things better. Have you seen the M40 A6 realistic blaster? I don't think I have, but I have something that's literally so realistic. If I showed it on stream, I'd get immediately community struck. It's literally a 1-to-1 replica of a firearm. I hope they restock the Rage Fire belts. Didn't know they were out of stock. $250 to $300 on the blaster you're showing me that's the size of a Lynx? There's no way, Shane. You speak in tongues. If you're doing that, I bet you it's a monstrous prime, and I'll have to get my grubby little dart beaters on it. Today I learned I shared my birthday with Discord. Man, Discord used to send me gifts every year, and it's been a while since they've done that. They gave me a mug. I love that mug. I got like a, yeah, I got like a U2s of the little Discord dude. I've never opened it, but yeah, they used to do cool stuff. They don't do that anymore. I guess they just made too much money. I wonder what those O-rings are. I just found a bag of O-rings. Last year was my birthday coming up, and I was 100% sure I was getting a Rage Fire. And it was obsessed. I mean, it's a cool blaster.
I still have one set up in the corner. I plan on replacing it with the horror fire because it just looks cooler. Man, I have a video and I know I could do it where I can make all of the blasters actually work, but it's too much effort. Same spring as the one you have. I need to get some hairier springs to test lower FPS. I probably have all of them. I have so many springs. I don't know which ones are which anymore. It's disgusting. The little spring that I had, where is it still in here? No. I found like this little spring, right? And I thought this was the low powered spring for the 77 because this was the high powered spring and they look identical, just one smaller. I have no idea what this spring goes to. I just have a random black lightweight spring. Wild. I can't, Mr. X. I'll literally get community struck. How'd you get a Tomahawk 60 to 130 FPS range? That's the flywheeler, right? There has got to be a flywheel cage for it. I don't believe for a second Buff Daddy didn't make a flywheel cage for the Tomahawk 60. And a Tomahawk 60 with a 3D printed flywheel cage with probably Krakens in it, you probably don't even need a high crush. Probably need a very, very limited crush. You'd get 130, no problem. I think it has 100 out of the box, so. Stop, Shane. I can only get so excited. I'm not even joking. I mean, I'm hungry, I'm tired, but I kid you not. This is my primary. This is my favorite thing. So, I was already upset that you made it better after you sent it to me. And now you made one again. I like that it's more compact. I like the shape of this one. I don't know what one I like more. I'm not a huge fan of buffer tube stocks, I'll just say it. I'm just not. But if it's way more compact, just as powerful, smoother prime. Oh man. Need a shower. Nobody should feel comfortable with realistic looking blasters. 42mm is like stock. I'm pretty sure Kraken's standard flywheel, you don't have to get something like Daybreak, standard flywheels. I'm pretty sure you can get 130. A Stryfe can hit 130, and that was like, 130 was like the ceiling for Nerf Stryfes from like 2015 to 2017. How do you keep yourself from bringing food to your work desk? Well, this is a separate building from my house. I have to walk down a flight of stairs, walk around the building, walk across the driveway, walk up the stairs, and go into the house. Sometimes I have food up here. This time I don't. I'm just out of stuff. And I'm hungry. I keep saying that, hoping my wife has started dinner, and she'd be like, dinner's ready. Instead, I'm going to go down there, and she's going to be playing Final Fantasy XIV. And I'll be like, I'm dying. Alright. Well, I appreciate the 50 of you that's been sitting here watching me just babble. It's been fun. We did a lot of good stuff, and then we just sat here and chilled. I think that's good. I think we've had a great discussion. I didn't do this for the money. I think we had like $4 in donation. That's fine. I'm not saying it. No, please don't send me anything, because I don't do this for money. I do this because it's therapy for me. You guys are my therapists. Deal with it. All right. Well, with that, I think I'm gonna get gone and go figure out dinner and deal with the 31 notifications on my phone for some frickin' reason. Oh, then set my computer, my camera and everything back up. I don't know if I'm going to film tonight, but I will be filming tomorrow. I got a lot of scripts I need to run through. I got like 4 shirts on the edge of my desk, so I'm not wearing the same shirt in every video. It's not as bad as a minigun build stream. This is true. Alright. Have a good night, everyone. I'm just going to click end stream. You guys don't get a fancy... Oh, fine. I'll do the fancy ending stream. Now, look at that. Didn't even have transition. By the way, I'm probably going to have to get rid of the fancy graphics and stuff like that, except for the rat. The rat's mine, but I'm not going to... I don't think I'm going to pay for another year of Streamlabs Premium because I don't use it. I'm not even using the fancy transitions. Like, what even on this? Like, this is the only two things that and they just paused, right? Like, those they just stopped working on my screen. Yeah, I'm done. I'm gonna just figure out how to do all this myself. Screw it. The rat will stay. We'll figure something out. Ah, see, that one's just blank. Anyway, we're good. Bye!